Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Albarian. I am Doctor, joined by this weird lot, and I'm not going to do that for the rest of it. Gosh, it is hot in this thing.
Come on.
Ah, I'm sweating. Hey, it's Halloween time! Woo! Look at that beat go back and forth. Yep, that's my joy dance. I'm kind of look like a Kenku. Anyway, yeah, this is a Halloween stuff because next week Sunday we're not actually going to be meeting because it's the 5th Sunday of the month, which means we're taking the day off. Well, he's lot are. We will actually, I will be, pre-recording the Halloween special because no one can meet on Halloween Day, but they can meet on the Sunday. So that's when we're going to do it. So why not? Well, a lot of stuff. Can you even breathe in that? Yes, I can actually. It's surprisingly airable. It's just really hot. Tuesday. For raising. Ben, are we doing anything on Tuesday? You want to do more Phasmo?
I was actually gonna ask you that. We could do either Phasmo or Dark and Darker.
Might do. Yeah, we'll find out. We'll see if we can get some more people. If we can't get more people for Phasmo or Dark and Darker, then we'll probably just go Dark and Darker. But we'll find out. We'll be doing something Tuesday.
Dark and Darker. It's not too bad.
Yeah. Have a little fun. Maybe get killed or ganked by a rogue here and there. That's gonna happen on Tuesday.
Little mouthful.
Can you do
it? Risky business.
We just see it spill out the chin.
Falls out the bottom.
Get a Kelly straw.
There you go.
Just the antithesis of a spooky mask. Just a curly neon.
Oh yeah.
Right up. That's actually my chin right there. Right. Other things. Nothing on Thursday. It's the week off of Bloodhome. And Saturday is our SCP finale. Well, you'll get to see me wear this again, probably. Just for the beginning portion of it. I won't wear it for the whole time. That's going splendidly. Lots of fun, spooky things happening inside of it. So go check out our VOD squad. Join the VOD squad for those if you haven't seen it already. And if you have, watch it again and join the VOD squad anyway. It's a hoot and a half. It's nice and spooky. And it's full of twisty stuff. Do we have any other bits? Shirts? Buy our shirts. Go to our merch store. And get some shirts. They're great. They're really comfortable. You can't see the one I'm wearing today with its schnoz boop underneath all this.
Ooh, the schnoz.
I got the schnoz in there. Schnoz up all on my chest. I'm realizing how fun it is to move this mask beak and make it look active and animated while I'm talking.
Fun thing, sort of unrelated. I played a new board game called The King's Dilemma. It is a legacy game where you play the counselors behind the throne, the real power. And as such, you know, each game is a game, right? And you try to like get prestige, victory points, things. But your house like goes through all of the games. Whoever has the most at the end is the ultimate house winner. I named my house House Friendship. And at the end of each round, whoever wins gets the name the next king for the next game. And I won, and I will tell you that the name of the king for the next round is Snozboop II.
Yes! Oh, what a wonderful little story there.
Nice.
May Snozboop's name ring. On that lovely note, shall we...
Let's make some friends.
Make some friends. That's not the laugh that comes out of these faces.
Intro. He cannot wait to take that off, folks.
I can't. It's fun and all, but
open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods. If not, at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I am not wearing that mask the whole time. Oh boy. This bald beard, you can't see it, but I'm gonna have to comb it out. It's all jumbled up and yeah, libbitied. Let's see. A recap. We should do a recap. Where's my recap?
Should
music?
we?
Here it is. We should do a recap probably. And Ben's put his headset right next to his mic.
Classic as they come.
Classic as always. I'm gonna server mute him so we don't hear that. Who wants to hear me twice? Don't answer that.
Nope.
Last week on Chronicles of Nathriel with the Hand and Nira Die, we started off with them all finding and discovering, well, they actually finished off the week prior discovering the fake Ultian's lair. They then spent a good portion of the time fighting with its security system, trying to figure out how to possibly shut it off, getting a little fixated on other secrets inside the rooms, which led to more realizations as soon as they defeated, sort of, the security system, more outlasted it until the proper people could arrive. The real fake Ultian, that's a fun sentence, with his team. Little cohesion, a little talking going forth. Few of them high tense on the people who've just randomly entered into their lair. A few others, a bit more trying to be relaxed and welcoming. Ultian finally faced the fake version of himself to realize that it is one of his childhood friends, Francis. After some deliberation, some agreements that they're not going to entirely do what each other want them to do, for this point at least, they decided to share at least some information, explain how the reports being done on what they've all been up to are wrong. They showed them the refugees, the children from the orphanage, those who were misplaced in their homes, forced out. Eventually they all agreed to actually work together. Sort of. You know, it's kind of that loose, tentative, are we actually really going to do this? Let's get some more information, maybe. Kind of deal. The rumbling underneath, Ultian managed to convince even the general they encountered outside the city to come in and at very least listen to what's been going on. Brief discussions inside their meeting together. It soon came out that Ultian's only other friend, Luce, has recently taken control of the largest corporation in Grantina. And that's where we'll start off, with everyone around that table. A couple of, dents in places.
Is it
realization
still
just died. Go for it. What's that?
Is it still 343?
Still the same day, yeah.
Bet.
Still the same morning, even.
Well, after hearing about Luce being in charge of this company, Snosboop will turn to Ultian and say, well, buddy, is this good or bad?
It certainly complicates things.
But like in a good way or like a bad way?
You notice that he's got his hand on his chest and he's rubbing it back and forth.
I would say that's bad.
Well, guess we'll figure that out as it comes. But as far as planning, if we want to go forward with the let's capture fake Ultians plan, any we'll say suitable targets for that plan? Thoughts? Perhaps,
It's a little more complicated than that, Schnozboob. Francis pulls out an envelope. At this point, there's no telling the difference between Ultine and Francis again. They look identical. But he pulls out this envelope and hands it over.
Snozboob knows the difference.
Only when they
How are
speak.
they identical? Because Ultian changed his outfit and everything, even shaved his head before we came to Zellum.
His head is hidden underneath his uniform, and I don't recall him saying he changed his uniform, just his voice inside his mask.
And his mask.
Yeah,
he's wearing a fake one.
The fake mask was to get into the city after that.
Oh.
After we got away.
I didn't realize that
I
he
would've
took
put
it
it
off
back
once
on.
we got here. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. That letter you got, Ethan, you can open it now.
Goodness gracious. Okay, folks. Drum roll. Somebody cued that sound.
Oh, hey, actually, we have one. Oh, that's a da-dunch. That's the wrong one. Whoops.
All right, I'm reading
Sorry, I ran out of drum roll.
Should we read it aloud or secret?
It's my handwriting. He probably needs a moment to make sure he can translate it. I did try so hard to make that legible. But he hands Ultian a note as Ultian pulls it out and starts reading it. Minor complication. And the only reason I know this now. She reached out to me, thinking I was him.
Who's talking? Who said that?
Francis.
Okay, Francis. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Thing is, none of it makes sense, though. Now that you're here, though, maybe you can help make sense of it.
We'll go and speak with her.
Buddy? What's it say? Loosely speaking.
Loose. That's enough, it's me.
Okay. That's it? Okay. Well, do we know, I guess Snozboob will look to the general and say, is there a way for us to contact her?
The CEO of Altar. Contact? Oh, you would need to be of a much higher status. And status here is purchased. Unless you have something about, I don't know, around 250,000 gold lying around, I don't think you'd be able to get into a letter sending status.
Well, aren't you of important status?
Oh, what a very fine point you have just made. I am of status. There's a possibility I could send her a letter, yes?
Oh, that seems the easiest of our choices.
Certainly does, but the thing with that is, it puts my name in direct relation to what you all are doing. And that is not something I'm very willing to do.
Fair enough, General. How about another idea in which you maybe bring us or one of us into the CEO's presence or somewhere where we could get to her presence.
No, that might not be entirely impossible. Elroltian. What do I call you? Foltian. I'm gonna call you Foltian. Foltian! Do you have a map of Grantina around here? You can tell he's glaring under his mask at this guy. As he pulls out this folded map and unfolds it. As you can see the Grantinian sands. I will move you to that map. She was only recently put in place. They're doing tours right now. If you want to run into them, you're going to need to be running into them during their tour time. There's no deviations. Right, to see they started in Strunrith. Of course, that is where they're from. Plebis, Senkari, Hoshin, Schmergel, Optin. She should be addressed if in about a line or so, if my given calculations are correct.
Well, in that case, Dresdiff is not here, so it seems that we should take care of the issue at hand. I assume she will come here at some point?
Yes, but that will be after Zellum is usually the last place they go. So they will be traveling up to Sodmium and then down to Zellum as they go back to Strunrith.
So, would she perhaps be at the end of the lunar gathering party?
Another... Actually, it does coincide quite nicely. There is a new mayor in town. It is likely she would be there. Most of the CEOs are going to be here. They are looking to... perhaps not information I should be giving you. He looks at the vigilantes and... appreciate. Information that is much... probably more appropriate for us to be giving you, right, General? Many of the CEOs are going to be at that party as well. It's a new mayor, and this mayor is not in the pockets of any of them. They will be looking to line their way.
An interesting development. Well, it seems like all of our goals are coinciding. Ideally, we catch the Ultian person, get invitations to this here gathering in thanks for all that we've done for Zellum. And once there, ideally Luce would be there, and Ultian the Real could have a hopefully short and secretive conversation to confirm friendships, what have you. Seem right? Good?
The little goblin on the other side has been just writing things down, and you can see him muttering to himself, find a fake Ultian, capture the fake Ultian, get invitation to party, go to party, talk to Luce, or do something with Luce. And what's the end goal after talking to Luce? Is it like getting Ultian into his like higher stuff, or like what are we doing with that?
Great question. Ultian, I believe only you can answer that, so feel free to answer that at any time. Hopefully within the next 60 seconds.
59, 58, 57.
I need time to think.
Ah.
It's the revelation.
Okay. Well,
Changes things.
I suppose it does. I do not think it changes our first steps, at least. So perhaps by the time the fake Ultian is acquired, you could have figured that out so as to let us know, so we could be prepared mentally for what is ahead. Because I know my friend Teffy is want to be prepared. That's the way she goes. Am I right, Teffy?
Very much so. I want to know what we're getting into.
So, with that seemingly decided for the time being, any ideas for a fake Ultian? Go.
Okay, this is where I'm going to put us in a state where we can RP if we like to, or we can table talk if we like to. Because ultimately, we have a set list of things that you all need to do to get to your end goal, which is the end of the lunar party. So you have that set list, and you have 3 lines almost. Just over 3 lines. Ish. Maybe it's 3-5, right? Yeah, you have 4 lines. You've just over 4 lines. 3-4, yeah, so
easy.
Just over 4 lines to accomplish all those things. You say too easy. The fake Ultian's going to need to be convincing. It's going to need to be someone who's known, someone of status. It can't just be a random bystander you find on the road. They're going to investigate that and it's going to be too obvious to them. There's going to be need...
corpse.
It can be a corpse. The general will clarify that very quickly. Like, it can absolutely be a corpse. They do not need to be alive. So you need to find someone of that. Now, Ethan has a list of NPCs that he would know of that are prevalent in names. So, and I was...
So sort of the table talk as, you know,
yeah.
Everybody's talking.
I will also clarify Winner as well.
I guess Snozboop would want to know what kind of person we're looking for that would meet those criteria.
That is a great question. Before you hop into that, though, the thing you'll have to do first is accomplish that fake Ultian. That's a big thing inside you.
Have people seen real Ultian enough to know what his build is and all that?
Only people really in the lower levels. As far as the upper levels are concerned, no.
Reports have come out enough as well that Francis, even though he's a little bit bigger, has still been convincing enough.
Okay. And... yes, okay, so... it seems like the... economic prosperity of the individual doesn't matter particularly, as Ultian himself comes from nothing. I think is a fair assessment. Is that true?
Yes. Sorry, I'm looking at names. Sorry.
So we would need somebody who is similar-ish in size. Ideally has a violent nature. That is known, at least by some amount of people. Also, it would be my preference if they did not believe in friendship.
To the point for Teffy, actually. Sorry to interrupt there, Snorchboop. The size thing, something you will hear after hours of discussion, Appreciate, and you asking that question. She will say they have been actually giving false information, falsifying the size and the build and the make, and they will show you that they all have exact same replica costumes to go out looking like Ultian from time to time, to confirm those visions of them being different sizes, to keep the misinformation of no one really knows what race Ultian would be. So race is kind of, it adds a factor of trust as to whether or not the people will believe it. However, the groundwork has been placed for that.
So the corpse can be anybody.
The corpse can be anybody. They did it for their own safety, so people didn't go after specific races inside the cities. They couldn't narrow it down in that way. But now that you're talking about finding a substitute, she'll realize we could use that still to our advantage.
Cool.
I'm going to say NRP and in table.
Trickback, Broken Bone is a good choice. It's one of the head of the paid enforcers in Zellum, and we have an in with his second in command.
What's this person's name again? Breakback?
Drake Brokenback.
Drake Brookback.
Drake Brokenback is his, it's a call name. It's a call sign. People of certain reputation get call signs. His is Brokenback.
Okay, that doesn't sound the
Carla,
unless he's
his captain.
paralyzed.
She was always very jealous of his position in the enforcers. She won't be paid off easier, but it's an angle.
Interesting. Okay. So this individual, Brokenback, we would need to capture them, and what would you say the best way to go about this? Zara, question. I mean, you're a person of change, if you will. How do we convince people that this person is another person entirely? Obviously, we would put them in the regalia of Ultian, but it seems like there'd be more steps involved. Thoughts?
Well, fortunately, you're speaking to a master of disguise, who not only has innate abilities, but comes equipped with a disguise kit. So we have many ways that we can make someone look like someone else.
Perfect.
Teffy, so in RP, Teffy's going to... Do you have those funny glasses with the mustache?
Oh, you can't get rid of those. They're in every kit.
Very good. We might need those at some point.
Another thought.
Those come standard in every kit.
Along with what you're saying, Zara, which is an excellent point, it is be key that we have a good look for that. Ultian or Ultianites, have you ever written anything? Any manifestos or the like, if you will?
Of course. I could write one right now.
No, I was referring to Francis and company.
You're not being very clear there, schnoz boob.
He did say Ultians.
He did.
Yeah.
And Ultianite. Are you an
Ultian.
Ultianite?
I could be.
That's actually a fair point.
Sounds like a
While
cool piece of rock.
attempting to capture and disguise the head of the enforcers sounds like a great idea. I think that will be very, very hard to do.
What about
I
Natu?
agree.
More about planting evidence.
What about Natu?
And Carla too. But
Natu?
Elaborate, please.
Naru. He's a similar build. Natu's the right hand of Chikiri. But that is of similar films. Chikiri is the head of the crime syndicate here in Zellum. He wouldn't be an easy one, but we would have to do less on the disguising.
I wasn't thinking about disguising. We can turn Carla. We can make it public. A public affair. Where she calls him out in front of everyone.
Here's the issue, Ultian. It needs to be us, though, who captures them, so that we can get on the good side.
Who do you think will be bringing this information to Carla? As far as the higher-ups are concerned, that's what the payment is for. But if we weaken the enforcers in this city, or at least they're standing with the corporations, then it's like killing two birds with one stone.
You could throw in another wrench in there. Give the information to Anna. We give it to Anna, Tahiri will automatically know and he'll make his play. He could even show his head inside this and we could catch another bird with a stone as well.
A plurality.
Oh, that is good. Oh, I like that indeed.
Guys, none of this is gonna work unless we figure out what to do with the rest of them if we're talking about including this many. Also, Schnozboo, Anna is an informant for Tahiri. Tahiri is one of the head in crime syndicate in this place. He's the most feared name inside the city.
Okay. There's a lot of names. I'm trying to remember them. I might have to be led by the hand through this. But that being said, if there are any written things, manifestos of any kind that Ultian has publicly published, I could make similar things to be placed in strategic locations so as to frame Brick-Brack, Broken Back, or the Natu person, just so there is some physical evidence.
The little goblin raises his hand. Hi, yeah, Shorty. Don't know if you remembered my name, but
Hey, Shorty. Yep.
Yeah, you're welcome. I've been working on this device that could replicate people's speech. If we get a recording of what's her name? Carla saying certain words, I might be able to splice them together, enhance that message, We would need to know certain words to put together and for her to say, and we would need to get her to say those words and them to be recorded. But then I could take your manifesto idea and make it sound like her reading it off and we could spread those around the city.
Well, that is a very cheeky idea, Shorty, and I like it. Yes. Very good idea. I think we should implement that as well.
I do have one problem with it. There's a biomechanical component to it that I haven't figured out yet. I'm an architect. I need a biomechanic. Someone who deals with genes.
With genes, you say? Looking at Teffy?
Teffy is going to look up from her notebook, just raise an eyebrow and squint a little bit, but not say anything. Just visually prompting him to continue.
Have you ever heard of the talking mosses? They're native inside Primavoge, and, well, we got our hands on some, and I'm trying to replicate it to say specific messages. With a little architect help, of course, but I don't know how to make it communicate with my stuff.
I'm not much of one for architect myself, but
Well, that's
I'd
good.
be more than willing to have a look at these mosses.
Open minds. I can just show you, and then you can work on what you operate with.
Just to clarify, am I talking to the little goblin?
Yeah, you're talking to the little goblin.
Teffy likes the little goblin. Does not trust any of the faculty people.
Looking around as well, you could probably tell at this point, Teffy, the little goblin's definitely the guy who designed the table.
The little goblin is one of the Facultians? Is he Shorty? The one
He's
who
Shorty,
would run
yeah.
over and...
Yeah.
Teffy is ambivalent towards Shorty. But that is a step up from the outright cold shoulder she is feeling.
He'll make a friend out of you, yeah.
Okay.
Friendships abound. Friendships abound. Very good. Very good. So yeah, that's a team. There we go. Team up. That's great.
JP, question
Answer.
in chat.
Oh. You would need to let someone investigate your voice box.
Not gonna happen. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
that's why I didn't suggest it. It popped in my mind, but I was like, I don't think he would let anyone do that. But yeah, it's a good question.
Okay, so we got that. So we need to pick either the not two person or the brick brack broken back, and then formulate a plan to which to capture said person. Ultian, I think it really comes to you. Maybe you and Francis have the knowledge. I don't have the knowledge of the city to have to choose, so.
I think the first thing you and I, Ultian, need to do is write a reply to Luce.
Yes. And a couple other things. But as far as the capture goes, our plan goes right and we can get Rick and Tajiri out. And perhaps our general here could maybe help us out in the capture of both of them.
You all
Keep
have...
your hands clean.
Hey, you give me one of those costumes that everyone else is having, I will dress inside it, and I can keep my hands clean.
Well, I was thinking perhaps, General, that you have an excellent tip from the guild group The Hand that a known vigilante is at a certain location and you can sweep in.
Excellent idea. I can think of a few hitches to that. Let's call that Plan D. Shall we? Mainly, if I get a hint from the Hand, who's supposed to be doing this themselves, people will start to ask, especially a few inside Grantina, why did the Hand not take care of it themselves if they took a contract to do just that? The other problem is, if I get called in and any of you are inside the area, I would need to be bringing you in as well. Because technically a lot of what you're saying is against the law. It's not something that I should be condoning. However, everything you've been saying has been talking about bringing unlawful and corrupt people to justice. So I'm very willing to still help, but I need to keep my face and my darling girl out of it.
Very good, very good. Understood. So, backup plan.
Which plan?
Forefront.
Which backup plan? Yes.
Forefront plan, Ultian. So is that for us to do the capturing? Or did you want a third party to do the capturing?
We have to do the capturing.
Perfect. I think that would be best as well.
As
That means
part
you're
of the
gonna need
plan-
to fight Brick.
Yes. But
As part of the plan, are we going to pretend that the person that we're capturing is the real Ultian? Or are we going to make it known that the real one's been away and this has been a phony?
I think it would be best to say that this is the real Ultian is who we are capturing.
Then what are we going to do about gesturing at the real Ultian?
That is a problem.
We are talking about putting the identity to death.
Yeah.
That is a good question.
Which, seemingly, Ultian, please stop me if I'm speaking incorrectly here. It seems as though the infiltration of these corrupt companies would be more service to your end goals than your personality that you have. And then perhaps
have time to make a decision.
Well,
in a place such as this, where reputation is everything, someone's renown and their reputation is the basis they get in society. Why would we not make it a known fact that the real one's been away for over a year? I'm thinking is how long he's been gone.
I think the issue here is that
like 2 loners.
Oh, that's it.
Very short.
We are trying to get the goodwill of these corporations. And to say that we did not capture the real Ultian, I think would not be the kind of goodwill we were hoping for. Even if it was the fake Ultian that has been, doing some things, I think they would prefer to have the real Ultian in custody. As far as goodwill goes, tell me if I'm wrong.
There is something, Schnozzboop, you might want to clog your ears for this.
Ooh.
We're going to need to kill Drake. We cannot leave him alive.
Good.
We can still...
Okay.
You did not hear that?
As I was gone, he was the one doing the things. Bombing the orphanage, as people believe. These other things. I don't know. I need to make a decision.
Well, so as far as the goodwill of the companies, if we are trying to get the maximum goodwill, do we think they want the fake Ultian or the real Ultian? Either one is fake, obviously.
We have time to think about this, Schnozzboop. No.
Well, I think it affects a bit on how we go about the capture, which seems to be the next step.
It does, and what I'm suggesting is we've been up all night. You've all just endured our security system. Maybe for now we take that into consideration, into some thoughts, and we take a moment to rest.
Fair enough. All right. But if this house gets bombed in the morning, don't say I didn't try to get us planning ASAP.
Aprisha smiles and chuckles a little bit. Like, if this house gets bombed in the morning, it'll be one of their 2 faults. And Francis, in a similar fashion, he smacks your left shoulder again, Ultian, and says, "Hey, come here, I want to show you something."
They leave the room.
They will be, yeah.
I'm gonna find a place to lay down on the floor and go to sleep.
Kofu's going to try to sneakily follow them.
You can try. Give me a stealth check. You're in the broad open, so this is an impossible roll.
Well, their backs are gonna be turned.
Their backs. Everyone else's will not.
That's a no.
That's a no. You immediately trip down the
no.
stairs and tumble down a couple of steps. Little obvious. As Shorty's like, "Hey, do you want to? Yeah. Are you okay there? Yeah. Ooh. If you're here, you don't want to rest yet, I could use your help. But if not, you might want to follow Drosso and your friend Schnozzboop. They, looks like Drosso's taking them to the cots."
I'll go with Snozzboop then.
Okay.
We'll reconvene in the morning to discuss the Moss situation.
It is the morning.
I'm having a nap. I haven't slept in a minute.
Yeah, you go for it. Okay. And Schnozzboop,
Taffy leaves. All of Snozzboop.
Drosso will look at you when you say the whole find floor thing. He's like, We got some spare hammocks. You just come with me. Come with me. I'll show you where those are.
Lead the way, good sir.
Nice and comfortable. I've never had someone who, is all before being part of, well, we've heard of the Messengers of Peace. We don't really know what to think of them.
Honestly, my friend, at this point, neither do I.
Oh, good. We're not alone. For you, Zora, I'm pretty sure it'll come up. Is, your large friend? Is he good wherever?
My large friend?
That. Pointing at BT.
Ah, yes. What was your question?
You seem very disfocused. Are you okay?
No, I can't understand what you're saying.
Well, okay, so accent differences. I can try to make myself sound more Trillic? Is this Trillic?
Yes.
Yes. I can't guarantee how good I am at it, but can you understand me now?
Of course. Clear like crystal.
Oh, good.
Run away. Just run away.
So you're from, you're not from Palias, right?
No.
No. Great, good chat. She very awkwardly then turns and starts to walk away.
Okay. A great conversation.
You can tell, though, a quick glance and catch of her eyes, you catch that glint inside. She's also a changeling.
Oh, well. Missed opportunity.
BT, what you doing?
Killing everybody.
Sounds great. After that simulation's done playing inside your head, what you doing?
Unless you do want to kill everybody, that would make things interesting.
No, I have not received Order 66 yet. I am gonna go to the roof.
Head to the roof. Okay. Once you get up there is a flying... Well, actually, it takes a little while. Maybe about 20 or so minutes up there. Examining around and keeping an eye on the surroundings. You do catch where that winged person is basically nestled, hanging upside down on the ceiling. Ceiling of the entire tier level. And its rapid head movement is just looking all around, catching everything in its sight. Ultian, for yourself, Francis takes you back through that hidden doorway, but then veers right and takes you through the wall, where another hidden doorway would be, into a small little workshop. Looks very similar and familiar, like an environment you might be familiar with, mainly because you do your own tinkering a lot. It looks like a place where someone would do their own tinkering. He walks over to a messy workbench. Like, let me see your grappling gun. Takes his mask off and puts it down.
Hand it to him. Give me that upgrade.
You
Like an Arkham game.
It's kind of
I
yeah.
just examine it for a second before adding it to my inventory.
You ever been up to see Frederick?
Which one was him?
He's the tinkering
Frederick,
goblin.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, that guy. I've got him right here. Yes. Yeah.
Of course.
He got his hands on something recently I think you'll enjoy. He's at this point taken your grappling gun completely apart, pulled out the spiral portion of it. Like this, too thick, chucks it behind him, clatters to the ground, pulls out a different one. Pulls out portion of the strength, and you can see it's a third of the thickness. It's very, very thin in comparison. Like, take a look, take a feel. Hands it over to you. It's got at least 3 times the tensile strength of what you were using. And it's thinner, so goes farther.
I'm gonna take a piece, and I'm gonna hit it with another alloy that'll make it ring, and I'm gonna listen to it.
Yeah, that is nice.
Comes in handy. Best thing is he doesn't charge.
Yeah, I made sure of that.
You know the prime influence for him? He used to be a physician. He was the one of the few people making the cures for the dredges. He was actually helping.
A lot of good all that did.
At least a few people stayed alive. Use it all you like. I'm gonna go see to the people. Everything you'll need, though, is in here.
I'm gonna replace the part, then I'm gonna go find Teffy.
Okay. Well, you know where his spot is. And you get the idea that he was showing you to give you a place to be alone, if you needed it.
No, I got something to do with Teffy specifically.
Okie dokie, you replace the part. Yeah, your grappling gun now goes 60 feet and can carry 2 people easily.
Yes. Let's go. I'm gonna edit that while I go find Teffy.
Turn of an arrow, people. I can give them really crappy equipment and then upgrade it as we go along. Going and finding Teffy, probably sleeping in the hammock.
Yeah, Teffy is having a bit of a nap in the hammock. For flavor purposes, she is sound asleep, but is occasionally muttering something about bees and pollen. And then she's also just like lovingly caressing one of her daggers. Just, you know, like clutching it in her fist, ready to go, but using the other arm to just kind of hold it nicely.
Correct me if I'm wrong, DM. You said it was like morning right now, right?
Yeah, it's
And everyone
morning.
went to
It's
sleep.
morning. So when you all go to sleep, the most you're going to be able to sleep is 2 hours. So the most you can take is a short rest. Because you did just sleep like 3 hours ago. You're not going to get another 8 hours.
No, I'm picturing this as like a 20-minute nap.
Yeah, it's just a short nap. So you all can mark off a short rest, and you can spend some hit dice to gain some rest, but some HP if you'd like. But we're not getting a short rest at this time,
Yeehaw.
or a long rest at this time.
From them.
Yeah, yeehaw indeed. Look like you're from down under.
On the outside,
This
I'm
was supposed to be
on the
a
inside,
pirate hat,
I'm
but
lumber.
now it's looking like an Australian hat.
It's the
Like, it's supposed to have like
don't
the...
get. Oh, there's a tricorn. Okay,
Yeah.
now we can see it.
The headphones are messing it up.
Arr, gimme mateys.
Arg, I be Jake from State Farm.
Hi. Ultine, you find Taffy.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna wake you up, Dave.
Sugar.
Honestly. Do you want to come with me? I need to go grab something from home.
Okay.
Something there that might interest you.
I do like things that interest me. Say less, let's go.
Alright. We're gonna go pretty much to just a different area of the like worst part looking of the city that we're in that I described last episode. It's just like a few blocks away. Yeah.
Follow.
Do I see you coming, Big Ten?
Probably, but I'm not. Who knows?
Are you
I
trying to
see you
sneak
guys
us up
leave,
on
so I'm just gonna follow.
It's doing that cat thing, you know, as you start walking along that back alley
I'm
street.
following on the rooftops.
You look back and you notice just a head poking over and look
Yeah.
forward, and then go a couple of
I'm
streets, and
also-
then suddenly it's much more forward on a couple of roofs on the other side, looking at you. Like the cat.
So as we're leaving, I'm going to communicate with Snozboop that we will return.
Snosboop, already asleep, sort of in his nap, will drowsily say back to you, "Oh, very good, my friend, very good, very good."
Zora, you would hear that too. There's no way to direct it to a single person.
Yeah, no. Just in general.
Arg, I also be sleeping.
So be sleeping.
Some pirate fantasies.
Do you guys
dreaming out
remember
from
when,
Zara.
like, what was it, YouTube or Google would give you pirate language? It was, like,
Yeah.
English, but
Yeah.
pirate.
I'm
Those were
pretty
some good
sure
times on the internet.
the I'm feeling lucky find Chuck Norris still guides you to a site that says you do not find Chuck Norris finds you. Pray that he does not know that you just searched this.
Some things on the internet are still the same, and that
Yeah.
makes me happy.
Anyway, the purpose for this run, this quick run, is to get the language books for the girls back in Palias. There's.
Oh,
how many
yeah.
languages do I know? Do I know again? Let's see. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, so there's 4 of them.
4 of them. Make a
Common,
list of that and send it
Dwarvish.
over to Tangerine
Gotcha.
via Discord,
Common, Dwarvish,
so they know.
Elvish.
So these books, Tefi, when you get there, it's actually, Ultian, describe what your home looks like with the mindset that you haven't seen it since the beginning of the cycle.
Well, it's probably completely barren by this point. Like, this whole area has been ransacked and
Everything of value
scavenged.
taken,
Yeah,
but
everything
the
of
books
value.
left.
But there are very clearly 2 areas of this house, Tefi, that are where the wood of the floor and the walls is stained with something, and I press on this little door thing in one of the rooms, and a panel pops out, and that's what I grab the books from, and they're just covered in dust. And then I reach in and I pull out. This is just for flavor. What looks like a folder, and I pull it out and I open it, and there are 7 issues of a comic book called The Gray Ghost that's all in Gratinin. And then there's a few pages in this little notebook, and that's what I hand to you. And they are in child's handwriting, in preteen handwriting, and drawings of the bone flappers, down to what looks like vivisection. It is full on detailed, and that's what I hand to you.
Very studied. Much more detailed than what you found inside your journal book.
Taffy's going to blink at it for a few moments. The gif of that one guy just... Because, evidently my good friend, as a child, dissected some living creatures of his own volition. She's just gonna, Oh, okay, thank you. This, I'm sure, will prove very useful. And then she's just gonna, slide it into her pack. And
seeing the look on your face, right I'm going to clarify with...
When everything was locked down, I had a lot of time in here with them. The best way to stop being afraid of something is to know it. So that's what I did.
Okay. I can certainly understand the reasoning. She's just gonna trail off.
And just for more flavor on those Grey Ghost comic books, it looks kind of like Zorro, He's like on a horse, and the horse's name is Interceptor.
Tiffy, give me what's your passive perception?
Not good. Passive perception 11.
11? Okay. Give me an investigation check.
Okie dokie.
And the comics are in plastic slips. they're
that's
the
a 22.
22.
Sorry.
There's a corner of one of the walls that looks like... It's very similar to that secret door. It looks like there should be a door there, but it's been closed and plastered off.
Is that all the information I get right now?
That's all the information that you get right now.
Okay. Teffy's gonna go over to it and start, feeling around the edges to see if she can feel, a crease, a seam, anything.
It's the entrance
And then she's going...
to the room where your parents died.
What?
You're muted.
You were
I'm going
talking
to
to him.
ignore...
Okay.
I'm going to ignore what Teffy is doing.
There's a reason
I'm
it's cordoned
flipping
off.
through issue number 1. Because there's only 7 issues of these, because it was in Routine and Society. It was so against the government that they literally killed the comic book creator
Because of it,
before he could finish the series.
Very tragic. But Teffy, going over and feeling it, it was installed years ago. Long time ago. The trim work on here was probably aged even when Altian was still visiting or occupying this place.
Okay. Then Teffy is going to turn away, 3 quarters, turn away from the... And she's going to say, "What's this? There should be a door, but there's not."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's my parents' room. Here, if you really want to see.
And I'm going to butt of the knife first, of the dagger, toss you one of them.
Good clarification.
Yep.
Okay. Teffy snags the dagger and just kind of gestures with it as if, what am I supposed to do? And then she's just going to, kind of start slicing around the edges, I guess?
It's a thin substance they use for this. I mean, you're not a construction worker, but the material used inside these areas, very cheap. Bare minimum. So cutting through, it goes straight through, and you just cut off, and as you get to the end, this large piece as big as a door, you can pull it away, and on the other side is a very old door that's probably not been opened for decades.
Okay. Is it safe? Why was it sealed off?
It should be fine by now.
She's going to do like what I just did, like head forward at an angle, kind of like squinting. What do you mean should be fine by now? Was it not safe when it was closed?
The survivability rate of the parasites outside of a host, in between that stage of their life cycles, is not that long.
Teffy is horrified at the implications of what her friend just.
I turn my head to you like this.
So, stuttering. To understand correctly, were your parents in the room when it was sealed?
Yes.
And my mom was already dead. I don't know if my father was conscious or not.
But rather than burying and paying respects to them, they just got sealed off in a room? And you continued to live in the rest of the house?
It was that or the mass grave.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Are you gonna be okay if I open the door?
That's all I do, is I go like this.
Okay. Teffy
For
opens the
podcast
door.
listeners,
slowly.
Ethan just shrugged.
While shaking my head no. So that is simultaneously a sure and a I have no idea.
Slowly opening the door.
Put your hand on the handle as the dawning and realization of what Altian's childhood and growing up life really was like. Very different from your own, Teffy. Twisting this old rusted handle, it almost doesn't want to give at first, but then that kind of break that rust seal that's moved around the metal portions that are used. It creaks open with as you slowly start to open inside. The first thing that would probably hit you is the smell of it's very musky in here. It's strange. It's a little more humid. I mean, the entirety of the dredges are fairly wet, avoiding a certain word that people are uncomfortable with. There's it's the only word that I want to use whenever describing substances that are covered in liquid. It's very liquidy. Damp, that's a word. There we go, damp. It's a very damp environment to begin with. That's a good word. Thank you, Tangerine. This room is a little more
moist.
damper. No, that's the word we're avoiding. Behave. Come now, Ben. It's got more of a...
one might say.
Oh no, what have I started? It's almost mildewy, moldy in scent, with a hint of old decay. But as you walk inside and get a better look, there's a dresser on one side that's covered in the mold, maybe part of the answer to why it smells like this. There's a thin layer of moisture on the ground, and a very old and decayed out bed, where you can see stains of some kind flowing outward from the bed. And all around there are little pieces of this white material scattered around the ground.
Yeah, Teffy changes her mind, just takes a step back and closes the door. She's good. She doesn't need that.
With what you know, Teffy, having that journal, Altian's parents fell to bone flappers. The scene you saw in there was them, the aftermath of them giving birth, essentially. And when Ultian told you his mother was already gone, that was a grace. His father was probably still alive when they hatched.
Did Teffy happen to see any skeletons?
Those little white pieces of the bone on the ground?
Oh.
Wherever the bone flappers died, the pieces of the skeleton fell, because they used the skeleton as an armored shell.
Yeah. Okay, gross. Hate that. Thank you for describing.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Teffy's just gonna, like, step back, shut the door firmly, and just kind of, like, shake herself and say, oh heavens. It seems like we have some very extremely grounds. I appreciate you bringing me here, but if it's all the same to you, if there's nothing further that needs to be done, I'd just as soon be on my way back to the rest of the Hand.
Yeah, that's about it. But you're in charge of the books. And these.
I'm gonna hand you the comics.
Now
Those
that
are-
I can do. And she will slide them. She will slide them into her haversack. They are securely in a slightly different dimension or something. I still don't understand how these.
Cue Ultian's theme song for these orphan girls. I'll make an extremist out of you. I'll make an extremist out of you. Screw the government and all they do. I'll make an extremist out of you.
If he's actually singing this song, humming, Teffy will do a little applause afterwards, and just kind of offer her support for the general vibe of turning these children against the government.
Oh my, oh dear. Hey BT, while you're hanging out on the roof, keeping the overwatch over Ultian and Teffy, you do notice that creature that flies is keeping an eye on the three of you. And he's flying around, finding different perches.
Okay.
Just a quick note for the person who's outside watching.
Do I see anything else of note?
Nothing else of note. There's a few. I mean, there's a lot of homeless people on the streets around here as well. From your sight on the roofs. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll give you a little more. You're on the roofs. You got a little bit more of a better view. The patrols rarely come around these streets. The streets Ultian took you on, still to this solar, are not patrolled. That well, that is. There are a couple that come around, but they're really, really obscure. It's strange to see them in this area. The busier streets you can see are very well lit, where these streets are not. There are drips from pipes along the ceiling in this area of the dredges. You'll catch at this point that they're more common in this area. Like the pipelines are less tended to in certain areas and certain parts.
Just wait until the times where all of like you know how like
get to tier 3.
London's tea time. There's always like a deluge of waste that goes through the pipes at like a certain time of day.
Oh, it's like the World Cup whenever England's playing.
Rains a certain time. Yeah, exactly.
There was a movie about that, Flushed Away. It's a fun one.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah, we get back.
Around the time you're getting back, Snozboop's getting up from a very refreshing little cat nap.
Fun spell, by the way.
I don't really understand that one myself, but that's for another time.
Yeah.
He'll say over the comms, So, now that we are all fresh, Ultian, any decisions vis-a-vis how this person should be captured and who should it be?
We still need to do some recon. I've been gone a couple lunars. I don't know how much has changed. We need more information before we make a full decision, but you're right, we need to start moving now.
Okay. Well, perhaps if you and the Ultianites would like to do that, I think you guys know the city-ish and you got to stealth. I think Teffy had some plans with some talking moss, and I could formulate some false evidence. Zara, if you would like to assist me in that, I'm sure your...
Do we still need some disguisey?
Well, disguising of words. So we'll need to make sure that the paper is correct, the ink is correct, that the general physique of the paper is...
Less fun, but still important.
Right. We'll get to the makeup portion later, I'm sure.
Let's hop into a moment of table talk organization.
How
So
much
you got
time
several.
has passed?
At this point, maybe about 3 hours since the combat.
Not long.
Thank you.
So, you have a while. You know, to get an invitation, you're going to want to accomplish the Holtian thing probably at least 2 lines before the party even happens. So you've got just over two lines to execute that portion of the plan. You have the Ultianites, as dubbed by Schnozboop, at your disposal and help. I'll give you a little idea of what they're good at. Shorty, a little goblin guy, he's really good at Arctech stuff. So he can help you with any Arctech ideas or any Arctech things you want to do on that. He's not very good at the biomechanical side of things, though. If you have anything that involves that, he's going to need some help. Drosso is more of a... So he's a white dragonborn, and you'll all quickly find out that he is a paladin. He follows a deity very strictly, and around the place, whenever a prank's happening, it's usually him doing it. He's much more lighthearted, but whenever he's on the battlefield, oh boy can he rip a new one. He usually sends people flying with his Morning Star. So he's much more of the combat person than anything that you'll get done on side, like rolling for deception kinds of things. So keep him kind of... He's more of the reserve if you're going to go into a fight. Save him for that fight. Of course, Francis, he's the fake Ultian. He's another face. If you want any kind of public appearances on things, he's a good one to go to. He's very good at his showmanship and playing a part. Aprisha, or Shadow as she's called, is the information. She goes and sees the informants. She sees too that the misinformation that's being done, she organizes all that. And she also gets the next targets organized for everyone through her information network. She's a changeling, so she does change how she looks to do this constantly. And will actually, in the course of any kind of discussions, suggest that Zora help with that. As we have the time, we can easily organize what we want to do first, and then we can either relegate it to roles or RP it out if enough people are involved in it. But how would you guys like to proceed? As a table, what would you like to do? You have resources at your disposal. If you have questions, please ask.
So I'm assuming Ultian and what other stealthy sidekicks he wants will be checking out the target's location and their routine, so we can find a good spot to grab them. I think if Zara would like to assist in it as well, we'll be getting all the information from the information person about both the fake Ultians and the real Ultians exploits, and creating a paper trail of those exploits and such, using paper and ink that would be common in the dredges area for evidence planting. And then, Teffy, I think you were going to talk to the guy about talking moss, which I didn't really understand.
Yeah, Teffy doesn't really understand it either, but, it's a plant that speaks. She's here for it. She's game. She's excited.
I will work on... I'm going to... What are the names? I gotta pull that up one more time because I keep forgetting the names. I'm gonna do research on 4 people. Okay. Natu as the backup, right? He's the right hand of Tajiri, the crime boss. Anna, who's also involved.
Your voice was still on, if you didn't know.
Oh, it is on.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I am so sorry, everybody. And then Drick, Broken Bone.
So the second one was who? Anna?
Second one was Anna, yeah.
Anna.
So the 2 people involved with Tajiri, and then Brick and Carla.
Takiri.
I like Tajiri.
So I'll put a spelling
around because I'm
Yeah.
slightly.
I'll put a spelling in there for you for chat. For the that's the wrong spelling. Brentinian's a little weird. CH is a very soft K. Whenever you see a K, it's a very violent K. It's as opposed to K. So CH is very soft on the pronunciation, and the J's are always like a harsh H.
Well,
Yeah. Those are who I'm, not just myself, but I'm delegating out to the sneaky people as well. Figure out exactly what's going on.
Not to Anna and
With-
Drick.
Their relations, amongst each other. If tensions are high, or if they've calmed down, or what have you. Because that's going to be a big tell as to whether or not, because this is my plan, okay? This is Altian's subterfugal thinking, right? Is to simultaneously get Carla to out Drick as this new fake Altian who's been around for the past couple of months. While also feeding information to Anna so that she can get it to Kiri that Drick has actually been Altian the whole time. That way he gets more upset, because he would be much more upset at the things that I've done to him in the time in the city. But if all of that seems like it's going to be too big of a stretch to do, I'm doing the recon on Natu as the plan B guy. You feel me? Do you all agree? This is not only to myself, but I explain this to you guys.
Snot Swoop doesn't really understand the mob culture that is happening. He's going to follow your lead. One follow-up question to that, though. When we present the fake Ultian to the government, is he fake Ultian or is he real Ultian?
I'm verging on fake because I don't think you guys understand that this is not a this is not a personality that he's put on. This is who he is now. There's no difference. So a death of Altian comes at the physical death of his body, not at the death of his name. So that is, if that's the direction we're going in, then it's a lot. This is a lot of information for Altian now that Luce is in charge.
Self-preservation is pretty powerful.
So the presentation of the capture would be this individual has been putting on the Ultian name and acting, and that way has done these vigilante acts, and he is who you have hired us to capture. The real Ultian, we believe, left the country months ago and is at large still.
Yes.
That's what we're going with.
That's what I'm verging on.
Okay.
At this
Gotcha.
moment.
Cool. Then therefore, the paperwork trail that I'm formulating will be starting, just like 3 months ago, when it looked like the real Ultian was no longer present.
And this is my angle for Carla. Okay. Altian knows this, that she is very jealous of Brick's position as head of the Enforcers. So his angle with her is that she's going to be what corroborates us bringing in this fake alt. That she is going to go and find the evidence that she already knows is there, that we have planted, so that she can become head of the Enforcers, which is what she wants anyway. You feel me?
Seems like a lot.
It's subterfuge, boys. It's a lot of subterfuge. That's why plan B is not to.
So, to clarify for some people who might not be following, for that plan, there are 2 solid things that need to happen. First, actually 3 solid things. Let me correct that. First, you need to forge documentation. Convincible documentation. Second, you need to plant it somewhere that Drick is commonly, for it to be viewed as his. And for first to work to be convincing, you're going to need to forge his own handwriting. So you'll need documentation of his own, that he's written himself. The third thing is you're going to be wanting to lead Carla to find this documentation. Not outright tell her, but lead her to find it. And there's a fourth hidden one in there to make this work. Feed the information to Anna so that Tahiri gets involved. We'll call that a submission, though. Doesn't have to happen, but could fuel a lot of things.
What are the time this will take to execute?
Depends on how you all plan that.
Yeah, how much time? Well, I'm probably going to spend with multiple people sneaking around doing this as well. At least 1 to 2 nights getting into contact with like previous contacts to like find information, find what's changed, like spy on the people. Like that's what I mean by like.
Let's do this in a little bit of a different way. All right.
Okay.
Let's decide an actual date, a time, when you want this all to be done and said. When you want to be presenting to the mayor of this town that you have found the fake Ultian and all your evidence to them. Keeping in mind that you want at least 2 lines for the proper invitation to be received to the end of Lunar Party.
And there's how many lines left until?
Just over 4. Hang on, let me get my actual calendar out.
So it seems like preparation should take no more than a week. So we have a week to actually implement. And by a week, I of course mean a line.
Yes. Yep.
I'm so sorry, but I am not following. So we're gonna fake some paperwork showing that this broken bone person is Altian. We're going to have Carla find the information. Carla will reveal this to Tahiri.
No, Anna, we will be feeding other information to another person to get the gangs involved. That's just who.
Let me to help Tangerine follow this. Okay, let's help, because this is all information that Altian would be feeding you through the course of the rest of this day, the rest of this solar. So the date we're on, Tangerine, can you remind us what the date is?
343-566.
Oh, never mind. I've been lying to you all this whole time.
2.5 weeks.
Yeah, you've got very, very little time. 566. So you've got. Let's rephrase a little few things here. You'll want this to be done by the end of 473-566. So you have just over a week. You've 10 days. 10 days for all of it said and done.
Okay, so forge some paperwork. Have Carla find this fake paperwork. Tell someone named Anna separately, and then Anna will tell Tahiri.
Now let's read off the descriptions that I've given Ethan of these characters, so you have more context for them as well. So Tahiri Karke, he is a gnome who's been part of Zellum for a very, very long time. He's the head of the crime syndicate, the one that's been here for a very long time, generations upon generations. They're not messed with. It's very commonly believed and acknowledged among the people that the law enforcer's Drick is in Tahiri's payroll. Wouldn't say pocket, because Drick will quite literally dismember anyone who puts any implications on that at all. He's paid off, yes, but he's not in Tahiri's pocket. Tahiri, though, has many people in his pocket. Anna is one of them. No one quite knows why Anna is inside his pocket or what dirt he has on her, but she will feed any information to Tahiri. People in the past have tried to use this against her. However, Tahiri's always found out the truth and always killed them for doing it. So there's a little bit of a risk trying to plant and do misleading information. If Tahiri finds out that it was you, he has a reputation of hunting the people down who do this. The other people, Drick, Broken Bone, he is, he's the head of the law enforcement. He's basically kind of like what a guild leader would be perceived as, but it's a giant mercenary corp. They're paid to keep the law inside the area. And in turn, he enforces the area and forces the people of the area to pay him to actually care. If you can't meet his quota for the week, or for the line, he doesn't protect your street. He doesn't protect your building. And quite commonly, that's from his own people. If you don't pay them off, they will raid your shops, they will raid your buildings, and they will take what they want to get their value for that line. Carla is his second hand, or his right hand, and she's very jealous of his position. He gets paid a lot more than she does. She knows that he's keeping a lot of the money for himself, and a lot of the wealth for himself as well. She wants that for herself. Greed is what drives Grantina, and Anna is not short of it. Natu is Tahiri's right hand. He's a very similar build to Altian, hence why he was mentioned. He's also a Surge Blessed. Many believe it's in telekinetic means. no shortness of well, actually he's got a very, very short temper. If Big Tin, that whole stint that Big Tin did to the law enforcers, if it were not to, Big Tin would have been shoved to the side through a building. According to the vigilantes you're all talking to. He's a force in and among himself. But being the right hand of Takiri, there is a possibility of believing that he falls under the same area as Carla, wanting the Empire for himself. And the big thing about Zellum right now is the old mayor is dead. He died. And a new mayor's come in, and this new mayor is not in the pocket of anyone, including the crime syndicate, as far as they can tell. So there's a lot of power struggle going on, chaos going on in the background of the governmental structure of Zellum. For the course of that day, that's what you'll know. There are other people as well, other big names, information sources, people you can go to and talk to get information. Safer routes you might be able to go down. Unsafe routes as well.
Well, us only having 9 days throws a wrench into all of my plans, so...
You could try to push it.
Probably...
The 10 days. 10 full days. You're on day 11 right now. Is safely. You could easily, especially if you pull the loose angle, get a last-minute invitation to the end of Lunar Party. That's adding another potential wrench.
So, as soon as Ultian and company, I assume Brick and Natu both, frequent beverage sellers, and wherever those places are, Snozboop would suggest that he goes there and attempts to get some of their handwriting, perhaps an autograph of some kind, along the lines of, hey, I've seen what you're doing with the community, and I'm really a big fan. Would you mind writing a little message for me? With just sign it so I can give it to my grandkids.
That sounds like an excellent plan to execute for the first day of the 10 days that you all have. But let's come back to that after break, because that seems like also a good time to break as we start executing certain parts of the plan that the hands put together. Oofta. You got a difficult one in front of you all. Why would I make things easy for you? Come on, man.
But there are 10.
Is it ever easy?
There are 10 of you. There are a lot of you. You have a lot of resources at your hand. So you have 10 days with a lot of resources, and everything is at your delegation. So,
I think we can do it.
We'll be coming back on the first day, or the first solar, as I'll start to say, to stay inside the feel of the Iridine calendar. The first solar will be executed when we come back from break. Enjoy the break, everyone. BRB.
Hello there. As a guest of the Owlbear Inn, you obviously have taste. Now, as a person of taste, have you ever thought to yourself, I need to watch an artist who also has taste, with a sense of classiness and intelligence, heightened by sitting in a leather armchair before a fireplace with shelves of books behind? Neither have I. Anyways, I happen to have an art channel called Michael How Arts here on Twitch if you want to check it out. There's drawing, chatting, and sometimes gaming. If you enjoy fantastic characters and comics, or just having someone to hang out with while doing art, you should give Michael How Arts a look-see. That's twitch.tv/Michael How Arts. And if you visit, maybe, just maybe, you'll occasionally have that artist sitting in front of a fireplace to give you a +1 for the richness and culture of your Twitch experience. Though I wouldn't count on that. But please, do stop on by. Thanks for your time, and have a wonderful day.
I'm Michael Howe, and I approve this message. Oh, you don't believe me? Well, I did this, and 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 this.
Hello, everybody.
Fine
All
store.
campaign, all I wanted was to pass wisdom saving throws, and I never do.
Even with advantage?
I have advantage. I have plus. All my feats almost have all been going into that direction. No.
Oh, that's awesome.
Consent is always important.
Agreed.
You're next.
Why am
totally
I
not dead.
so bad at this game? Jeez.
Might be genetics.
Attack first. Think never. Hey, folks.
You feel a definite pulse of magical energy as you shake his hand.
You just made a deal with the devil.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
Roll a will save.
There's more up there? We have to... I fucking hate this level.
We could have been playing Valheim. Dog, dog, dog. Save me, save me. Where are you? Get in front of me. Get in front of me. Get in front of me.
I'm coming. I was marking the cave.
Dogs. I'm gonna Santa. Ah! Get the dog. Help.
Hello, folks.
There. Apparently, I can't remember your name at all.
Who's Ingrid?
You.
You.
Me. Oh.
Yes, because I can't think. Wow. Why am I having such a hard freaking time with names today?
You called me Murphy twice before
Yeah.
we even started.
No, then I'm working here.
Alrighty, naked. That's a good drawing, right?
Damn right, Hank, that's
Really
good.
good. Oh my gosh.
Love it.
Thank you.
Wow.
With someone. Wait, you just said they had a book.
That being said, we will.
Yes.
And then you emphasize that there is a book.
Holy! Way to catch on to that like a minute and a half late. There's books, there's diaries, there's maps.
Wait, there's a book? We have not been consistent with this at all, have we?
No.
I'm not even gonna try and pronounce most of those. Wow.
Yeah, they had a sale on apostrophes that day.
Hello, everybody.
I don't know what's really going on. Hi!
We have you on speakerphone.
I was just gonna say, this is one hell of a collect call, man. I didn't know he knew Infallible Relay.
Does anyone know what the rates are? I don't have that much gold.
Did you know back in the old days, in the medieval times, they used to put hang lanterns out on front of horses to help them navigate during nighttime?
Oh.
It was the first recorded instance of satellite navigation.
I enjoyed the live action The Avatar movie.
Oh, baby Baba Luba.
And burble as it came.
No.
Can I get a oh yeah?
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah!
If you're only to be addressed as you as your own person, what do I do if there's like a whole bunch of y'all?
You may use titles as, I would say, the trolls. You may use the consequences if you would like.
So
You
y'all
may-
is off the table.
Y'all is an abomination.
A whole bunch of y'all.
Too late.
That's when you guys look over and see what once was Jitters descend slowly onto the ground, trampling towards you as its head from top to about past the sternum splits like that into a toothy maw that is its whole body. Rawr. Hello and welcome to Hate, Laugh, Love.
Everybody knows if it's green and it's slime,
You went that
it's booger time.
The show where we talk about movies.
He starts hopping on the way, and when you look back, there's Handor and Grace. Grace looking just frowning perpetually, and Handor just smiling ever so gracefully. And Finestorm, you see on their lips, Handor say, "You think they'll make it?" And Grace go, "Not a chance."
Interview continuation. Date. And the time is. I am Dr. McPherce, interviewing the Chief Maintenance Officer of Site. Please state your name and title for the record.
Of course. Hello, Record. I'm Henry Campbell, the Chief Maintenance Officer of Site.
Thank you. All good on the bathroom breaks?
Oh, yes, I believe so. Apologies, Doctor. I am an old man.
Indeed. Where did we leave off? The arrival of the MTFs. Now, upon meeting them, were they properly equipped for the task at hand?
More than. One of them was armed for the whole lot. I oversaw the fitting of their suits personally, you know. Though, personally, I'm not sure why the HR lady was sent with them. She seemed far too sweet a person to be subjugated to this kind of thing.
Please keep your personal opinions to yourself, Mr. Campbell.
Yes, I forgot. Apologies. There were other things I found peculiar about their loadouts.
What was that?
They didn't have any... Or... We knew the hotel was... Why were they not issued any?
After lowering them into the water, how long did it take for them to arrive at the dead zone?
Close to 2.5 hours, like the others. You're not going to answer my question, are you?
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. I will have more questions regarding their return later. You may go.
Of course. I understand. Thank you, Dr. McPherce.
Hello everyone and welcome back. And all I want to do right now is ask Ben what kind of sandwich.
Pimento cheese.
Ooh, that sounds good.
He's lying. It's bologna.
What?
Half the reason why I
Everyone
wanted to
always
ask.
eats bologna.
Everyone always eats
Look at
bologna
that.
when Tangerine's around because
Pimento
that's all that
cheese
is.
spread.
It
That's
looks
all you
so
need
good.
to make a good sandwich.
Okay, so the hand. Hopping into the very next solar. Very next day.
Okay, so quickly.
Yep.
Before night, because they've been working at night and we've all been working in the day, and that's a good thing. Because I'm going to explain to all 10 of us that we should probably take these days in shifts. That way it's more like there's each individual group can, one of us can work at night and one of us can work during the day. The hand needs to work during the day because we need to be seen doing this investigation and stuff like that. We need to have that face. But also, if they're going to be working during the night, then that means Francis has to change the mask because Altian cannot be doing, he cannot, unless he needs to be seen doing something, right? Particularly, all the subterfuge stuff, he needs to be someone else in case someone does see him. Because my thinking is, if they get caught breaking into someone's place to like put fake information in, right? It looks worse if Altian, right, my face is putting the
I'm
false
following you now. I'm
It's
following you
even
now.
worse at that point, right? So I'm just saying to protect everyone involved in this in case something goes wrong and we are seen, unless I need to be seen.
So he's, in response to that, it's the idea that whenever you're planting things that are trying to lead people to believe that certain person is Altian, he needs to not be present. So during those times, Francis is going to purposefully plan to be taking care of small-time crime, like random little muggings, in the complete opposite side of the dredges. And he's going to plan to be seen during that time, to enhance the idea that Altian was on the other side of town whenever that information was planted.
Okay. Good enough. Yeah, and then we'll go to sleep, and then we're also all of us going to explain pretty much what the plan is for the next couple of days, and that we need information first. So they can go to work at night, we will go to sleep, and then in the morning we'll figure out exactly what it is we're doing.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds like then I need to do an information roll for these lot. Yeah.
Information roll, please.
What kind of information would you like them to focus on for this night?
Okay, so I am much more concerned about the interrelations of the 4 people that we're looking at, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And if there's anything else that we can use as leverage. Because we just need a baseline for what is happening right now in the city.
If you wanted angry stuff to happen, you could perhaps steal something from one party and plant it in the other party.
Do we want to do that on the first night, though?
Oh, not necessarily. That was just an idea.
Yes.
So, is it time for the?
Not yet.
Not
so
yet,
that was for the night leading up to this, because you're separating the 2 crews, having one of them kind of bring you information to start your day, so you can work with that information they bring you with. So during your morning, which is the next day, so we're ticking to the next day, the next solar here. When you all wake up, so you can all hit that long rest button now. Get your spell slots back, get all those wonderful little biddies back, because you've rested for a night now. When they come back, and you're all waking up during breakfast, their dinner, your breakfast, They will inform you on the results of their rolls. For that night, they could not get close to Takiri or Natu. Natu was not seen around any other place, and they cannot get close to Takiri. He is very, very well guarded. I also rolled pretty poorly for them for that night. For the other two, Anna is still operating out of the same location she always operates out of, which is close by, well, for that night, close by to Tahiri's location, so they couldn't get too close. But she's operating in the same kind of normal fashion. As soon as her night ended, she immediately went back to Takiri's location to give him the report, just like what they're doing with you all. For Drick was out late drinking with parts of his crew. That location, the innkeeper is now in a medical facility. He got a little too drunk and went a little too far. For the relationship in between, the process has started. They can't really get you too much for right now. They need to see an event or something go on, or they'll need to go into and do some investigation for stealing of work or reading of work from there. But you've started the idea of where do these people usually be during these times. Started building up some information base.
I'm gonna ask them, as far as the word on the street is, how often is Brick going out drinking at night with his men?
Fairly regularly.
Okay. How often is Carla seen at night?
Very rarely.
Okay. We gotta change the angle, I think. Okay. This is part table talk, part RP. Okay, it's pretty regular that Brick is seen out drinking, but Carla isn't. We can still use the fault in their relationship. We just have to work it the other way. Instead of framing Brick, we need to frame Carla if we go in that direction, because he's got way better of an alibi than she does on most nights, as far as we know.
Would it be better to swap to Natu in that case?
Well, my gender isn't specifically known, and since you said that not only Francis has worn the suit at any time, that...
Yeah, they've been subterfuging it.
Exactly. So, yeah, we can... My concern about the Natu thing is that it's going to be so much harder to get to him. You know what I'm saying? Because of how... Go ahead.
Another thing I should probably clarify. What's his face? Drick is a Goliath.
Yes, that too.
He's big.
So
wait, Brick broken back?
Yeah, he's a Goliath. Think Loxodon size compared to everyone else.
What do we know about Carla and Natu sizes?
Very similar body builds to Altian.
So smallish.
Smallish, yeah. That is build.
Yeah, we work it the other way.
So Carla, then. Carla's the target?
Yes. Sarge in the background. We definitely need to be seen today by some higher-ups as the hand and all that stuff, because the longer we wait to do that, the odder it looks if we're seen by other people. You know what I mean? That we haven't.
Very good.
Ourselves.
Do we have a location for me to have a public discussion with Carla, if that's the case.
We can also do that today. So I think first on the docket is going to some sort of authority. DM will clarify, I'm sure, in order to present ourselves that, yes, we are here, we're in the city, investigating, blah, blah, blah. Any leads, any information you can give us. Then we leave, and then I think you should have the conversation with Drick, but not right away. Because if we're going to blame Carla for this, then it's best that you not talk to her beforehand. You know what I'm saying?
That is I meant to say I need her handwriting. If we're going to plant that evidence.
Yes, that is correct. So we have to disguise you and get you to get an autograph so that she cannot recognize you at any point in time. I turn to our master of disguise, Zara.
Yep. Let's go to the green room, my good friend.
All right.
After the makeup, but yes, we we get all the prosthetics fitted and then in a little kit for later.
The whole time eating an
and then
apple
the whole
on the side.
time I sing, "I'm going to be the master of disguise. I'm going to be a master of disguise."
with Apricia just eating an apple, going, "Why don't you just have Zara change shape, and then go back to the normal shape?"
Too easy.
I'm gonna say this in voice, so it's more dramatic. Because Snoz don't pass away with word. Zara.
Wow, that's kind of you to say, my friend. I appreciate that. I do try my best.
I just mean that you're much better at persuasion and stuff like that with all of your extra stuff that you can throw on. So, yeah, I just feel like that's a safer bet on the rolls in the long term.
Such faith in your
just like you wouldn't come to me, just like you wouldn't come to me for persuasion with my +0 or my performance with +0.
I absolutely would.
Oh yes, you, but my fellow teammates, I would hope, would not put us in that position.
So why do we need to have a conversation with Brick? And what's the conversation going to be?
So,
because he's official, he's the police officer, so we're just telling him we're here.
So eventually we're going to have to lead him to the evidence in some guiding way to find the evidence. So not right away, but soon.
Startup relations.
Right. Well, let's get that kicked off. That seems like an easy thing to do, yeah?
Do we have evidence to lead him towards?
Oh, no, we're just saying hello, this is us. Evidence to follow.
So something as a friendly reminder to the guild group is when taking a guild, those who take care of things like police forcing and mayoral stuff are informed that a guild group will be arriving, undergoing a mission in tow. So by this point, it's probably safe to assume that he's aware that there's a guild group to come by. So introducing yourselves would just be saying, "Hey, we're that guild group." Doing that with a mayor is going to be a little harder to do. He's on tier 3, and even under a contract, you're not allowed even up to tier 2. Status. You have to purchase your status in Grantina. It's a disgusting place. Thank you, Ethan.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Well, off to see old Bricky Bracker, Broken Backer.
Okay, where are you finding him?
I'm going to change, of course.
Okay, good note. Good note.
Ooh, here's a fun little thought. Teffy, as this hopefully will not result in any sort of persuasion or whatnot, would you like to lead this little expedition to say hello to the officer?
If I must, then I will.
Oh, you do not must.
But
I just thought you might
if I must,
want to.
For the purpose of the group, then I would be more to. but my opinion of the power in this city is about as low as it can get.
Let me rephrase, Steffi. I'm happy to speak to this individual as I'm happy to speak to all individuals. I thought you might enjoy doing the speaking, but if that would not please you, I will do it.
I'll come along with to see, and I might say hi on my own behalf as well, but as I said, I don't necessarily believe that the people in charge here are doing what they should.
Very well, very well. Leave it to Snazboop. He will do the speaking. Ultian, why don't you lead the way?
I want to say that this disguise that I've built is kind of like a regional, like Gratinan specific design of like the head wrap you see people who live in deserts have, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Where it's like fully covering my face, but it's all very like wrapped and stuff.
Heavy wrapping.
Heavy wrapping. I lead the way.
All right. So you guide them into a bit more of the... it's even difficult to say richer portions of the dredges, because there are really no richer portions of the dredges. For this, you will need to go into the inner tier. Thankfully, there are only 3 tiers of this place, so I don't have to say inner too many times. But it is the center of the dredges, the bottom tier of Zellum, where you will find Drake. But where are you finding him? Where are you looking for him?
Well, I would assume wherever their quote-unquote den is, wherever their mercenary den is, or the nearest bar. The one that is absolutely the closest.
Which one would you like? You'll find him in either one.
It is up to... This is what I'll do. I'll roll a d4. Somebody call out what the number should be.
2.
That's not what I mean.
For
I
what?
mean even one or odd the other. Which way?
Odd to the bars.
Hi.
Odd to the bars? Okay, we're going to the den with a 4.
Go into the den with 4. Okay. A little bit more of a... Well, actually, it is the town center. Center of the bottom tier, at least. Fancier with an actual operating water fountain inside the middle. That's a rare sight. Bit more of a bigger official building. This one follows all the way up to the ceiling of this bottom tier. Front doors are kind of double doors. It looks fairly reminiscent to what a police station might look like in IRL state situations. But turn of a century architecture. Walking just inside, there's a lot of people moving about. There's a cutoff section where the first tier, the first floor of this building is blocked by iron bars with a small opening to a front desk where it looks like an elven man is just looking over some paperwork, shifting papers while some other people behind him start making a ruckus and a mess. There are a couple of benches on either side of you filled with people who are sitting waiting for whatever they came in for.
I'm turning to Snozboop.
Well, Snozboop will approach the front desk and say, greetings, fine elf. I am Snozboop of Pallius, and we are the hand of the Three Watchers Guild. Just reporting in to Mr. Brokenback that we are present.
Paperwork.
Do I have paperwork? I assume I have paperwork.
You should do, yeah.
With a flourish. Of course.
I didn't come in.
Good to know.
I want to look at wherever it is where people go up.
Give me an investigation check.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, what's happening? Alright, take a seat wherever you can, and we'll be with you in a moment.
Well, thank you so much.
Dead even 16.
Dead even 16. There are no clear areas where people go up. There are a few spots that you can see that have pillars that might house staircases inside.
I assume they're going to be guarded because they don't allow just anyone to go up.
The only location that goes directly up that's closest to you that I'd be able to tell would be the den of this location, which is built all the way up to the ceiling. The other places, as you're passing by in the streets, whenever you do pass by one, yeah, they're heavily guarded.
I want to watch one.
You'd be
plop down a good distance away, but within visual watching of people coming and going. How does this exchange work? How do they identify?
Oh, excellent. Okay. You've already given me a good investigation check, so let's do a stealth check.
Boy, I'm not trying to be stealthy.
You're going to be gathering a whole lot of attention for being just what you are.
That's fine.
Okay. Plopping down in one area. Well, we'll come back to that in just a moment.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. For the rest of you, how long are you willing to wait?
I'm gonna wait 2 minutes and then come back up to the desk. And said, good sir, I see that it's been a moment. No need for us to stay and waste the good officer's time. If you would just pass along for us, we would no need to further waste your time either.
All right. Altian. He's not going to pass the word on.
Great. Well, I think Snozboop could tell that as well. And so then in that case, radio contact, perhaps the tavern is a better choice. Seems like he'd be more accessible.
I'm just gonna get up and turn and walk out and wait for everybody else.
Okay, yeah, going out. Do we want to go to the tavern or just say that we did a try?
Might as well check it out, you know.
Very good.
How you all feel about it, but yeah.
To the tavern.
To the tavern.
Whatever such establishment they have here.
Pub, tavern, and or bar.
It's on the other side of the courtyard. Square. Very big one, very rowdy. Still going heavy with the amount of people inside of it and how rowdy they have gotten at this point. But before that, go over to Big Tin. As you station up in front of all these places, just watching, about 5 minutes goes by when one of the people in front breaks off. As he's getting closer, you could these ones are they're more heavily equipped. They look more capable. Just off of the first glance. So it approaches you, it comes up, takes a look.
I'm gonna have hidden my guild symbol.
He's gonna see then, say something in Grantinen. And say,
Ward.
switch to... Making him your ward?
Yeah. He wouldn't know, practically.
True. Well, what am I supposed to do here? Well, actually, I do know what I'm supposed to do. I'm not sure I want to do it, though. Okay. Last chance. Protocol 12, Subclass B. Leave area you are restricted from being here.
Does that bring up anything in
No.
my memory?
Not at all. You can tell he's
Why
treating
do
you like a normal
Yeah,
steel predator.
that's what I was hoping he would. Command override. I'm saying this out loud. Command override. Presence granted. You're not authorized.
Boys, looks
That
like
is a
we're gonna need to
performance
destroy
check.
this thing. It's not replying to commands. This is
Oh,
the
really?
restricted. Nothing
And do
of
you
your
think-
kind is allowed here.
Anything around here could afford me? And you're just gonna destroy it and take that wrath?
Yes, it is our orders. So either you can leave or we will destroy you. Despite the fact that you talk.
Do any of us see this?
No, this entrance is separate from where you all are. The nearest next entrance is blocks away.
The second we get into my state, chases after a giant metal bug. Picks fight with the police, with the corrupt police. I'm kidding.
I will get up and start walking away.
He's giving a very quizzical look. And you'll hear him as you're departing with a bit more of a departure sound of his voice. I'm like, hey, I need to go see the higher ups about something. I'll be back later.
Okay, well, Big Ten's not going on in any of our subterfuge missions, I guess.
Come on, really? Why would you want him on any of them?
Back to everyone else. So you're walking up past this fountain. Coming out of one of these doors is a... Looks to be a very... Yeah, dressed in more of a, like, chainmail, hardened leather look. She looks to be very veteran, scarred in certain places. Shorter brown hair, these bright blue eyes, and very pointed elven ears. Ultian, you would immediately recognize this is Carla.
Okay. Has she noticed us yet?
No. She's just coming out. She's walking out back first, yelling something inside.
I assume I don't know it's Carla.
You don't know. No, unfortunately.
Do I know it's
Over.
Carla?
No. Only Ultian
For
does.
clarification, do I know that it's Carla?
You know, that's a really good question, Zara. No.
Over comms, as you guys see me quickly, like, heel turn and, like, go to blend into the crowd, I'm going to say, blend in now, Carla.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go to the nearest stand or what have you and just chat up the stall person.
Teffy is going to follow Snozboop, acting as inconspicuous as possible, but over the comms she's going to say, "My name isn't Carla, but I'll do it."
Uh-oh.
Okay, so Schnauzboop's going up to the nearest food stand. There's one nearby. Altian, where are you going?
I'm turning into the crowd and pulling an Assassin's Creed and hitting a sneak.
Nice. Okay, perfect. Hiding in amongst the crowd that's moving around. Teffy?
Following Snoz to investigate this food situation.
Food situation? Awesome. Zara, what are you doing?
I will kind of be falling back, but not into the crowd, but into a shop. Like, kind of like a... We're just browsing.
You shot almost just browsing, going into the general store. Okay, everyone give me a stealth check to see how well you blend in with the crowd.
No. Oh, no.
Oh no,
Ooh,
I should have gone on my own then. Yikes.
29.
29,
on the
okay.
die.
Familiar territory for you, Altian.
Yes.
It's fairly easy for you. Let's see how the
17.
foreigners of this territory do. 6 for
17.
Teffy.
No, 15. 1-5.
15. 1-5. Okay.
22.
22. 17 for Zora. Zora, you quickly follow suit with someone else going into the general store and fall out of sight easily enough and just start perusing around like many of the other people in this store are. Schnozboop and Teffy, she walks maybe 10 feet behind, and at this point you'll get a good look as to what she looks like and be able to tell who she is in the future. But she doesn't pay any attention. You're just two random people in the heart of the dredges.
I didn't want her to recognize Snozboop or what comes next, but I think I might pull an audible. Because I don't know when we're gonna see her next. Okay.
How fast can Zara make me look like somebody else? Am I right?
Not
I
that
guess
fast.
I'll start.
You're not in that location.
No. I'm going to... This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to hit comms. And I'm going to say... I'm not going to switch over to my voice mod. Because you guys won't hear it that way. But... Say... Should we attempt it with Zara?
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, that might be expedient. Zara, if you'd like, I could coach you through some of the words possibilities that you could use.
Could that give me some
flattery?
sort of temporary buff or something?
Oh, no, this is what... Okay, DM, will you please allow this? Okay, this is mostly for flavor, but... You know how in comedy movies someone will be telling someone what to say, like during a date? You know what I'm saying?
I've already thought of a couple ways you can pull this off. What I want to know is, how are you pulling this off?
Okay, quickly over the comms. This is what I'm going to say to Zara. I'm going to say, if you don't mind, Zara, change, swing back around. Act like you accidentally bumped into her and recognize her. Try and get an autograph.
Right.
Snozboop, stay on the comms. Assist.
There's a challenge here.
What am
The challenge
who am I
being
changing into?
Schnozboop will not be able to hear what she's saying.
I'm gonna get close enough to hear
Okay.
without being seen.
How you
I
doing
can
that?
read lips.
Pounds.
Okay. Oh no.
Who am I changing into?
I'm gonna play telephone.
Change into somebody from Pallius that would be here.
We're just getting an autograph.
Yeah, just change into somebody that's not us.
Okay. I will change into a fledgling Druid from, no.
As I hear Zara going
Thought
through the
process looking
options.
at while they're walking around the block to situate themselves to run into Carla.
Okay. How much about Carla do I know? Like, just like surface level stuff, just what has been heard. Like, what does she have a child? Do I know this? Does she have?
No.
No one like that.
She's
okay.
What species is Carla?
She is a high elf, so she's elven. Okay. Elven, but more of the finer skin variation.
So probably shouldn't be an elf. I'll be a small orcish child. Just wanting an autograph. There we go.
You know that works.
Sound good?
Yeah.
All right.
It works.
He's going to Zara. That is going to be hearing over the comms. Do you believe in friendship? I assume it works over comms.
No.
Inspired for whenever you need. That gives you a D8 on any D20 roll that you declare.
Since we could all hear it,
Oh,
are
yeah,
we
everyone
all perhaps inspired with one use of the spell? All of us inspired?
Nope.
Oh.
Rats.
I guess we don't believe in friendship.
Nope, only targets one person. All the other times you all hear it anyway, so, nothing actually changed in that.
I'm going to watch Carla's movements through the crowd and people around, and I'm going to direct this to also try and give Zara the assist on the performance of this bump into.
It's like a parting of
I
water.
could use performance boost if that's what we're going for.
Where Carla walks, the people separate. No one walks in her way. She walks with confidence and people get out of her way. Ultian, though, while watching, you will catch there are two people tailing her. Not in a I'm watching spying, but in a bodyguard way.
I'm going to direct Zara to pull out something to look at as if they are trying to read something, and get in front and just walk like pink right in as if they're just not paying attention.
Okay. To start this, I'm going to need two things. First, to be close enough to Noseboop, I'm going to need stealth check to stay inconspicuous. And for you, Zara, I'm going to need a performance check.
You hear over the comms, do you believe in darkness? That's it. That's on your sneak, sorry.
So I get that performance boost?
You can use the D8 on this if you'd like, but you'll probably be facing a persuasion check in the future if you want to save it.
Okay.
That is the more important move.
Well, we got a 14 plus 1, so that's 15.
15, okay.
17 stealth.
Horrible.
17 on stealth, good to know. Zara, you following in with Ultian's little plan of sending you a little piece of paper. For the rest of you, this is the first time you're seeing Zara look different. But they come out with this little piece of paper looking like a size category small, which they can do, looking like a little orcish child. Very different from what you're used to them looking like. And
I
then
do speak orc, so it works.
Nice, yeah. You bump into Carla, who immediately stops, half draws her blade.
So
you need to be looking where you're going in the future, little boy.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's you. I'm so excited.
He's telling.
That's what you hear, Zara.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's you. I'm so excited.
Oh my gosh.
I've heard so many good things about you. What is this person's name? Sorry.
I've heard so many good things about you. What is this person's name again? Carla.
Excuse me, what?
No, that's not. I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that part.
Carla.
Carla.
You are a role model of mine.
You are a role model of mine.
And I hope to join the Enforcers and be just like you.
And I hope to join the Enforcers and be just like you.
My name is Gregor.
My name is Gregor.
It would be a real honor if you would write a message on this piece of paper saying that you met me
on this piece of paper
and
saying
sign
that
it.
you
I
met
would
me
really
and sign
appreciate it.
I would really appreciate it.
So, BT, you can hear all of that on your way back from your little escapade. Just that.
Oh, I'm not done with my escapade.
Oh, or would at some point during your escapade then. Or
yeah.
Was I don't know whether or not to ask for disadvantage or advantage, because
oh god.
I feel like with the assist and the disadvantage of the miscommunication, I feel like that's a straight roll.
Yeah, you know what, Zara, give me a straight persuasion roll
with the D8.
Feel free to add that D8 though.
Yeah,
please.
D8.
I don't think we'll need to do that, boys, because we just got a nat 20.
Oh
my lord! One for the record books.
Our plans are the best. Our plans are the best.
Our plans are the best.
How did it?
Well, okay.
Oh my god.
Okay. All right. For a moment, she looks very confused, and a few of the actually, I can't say a lot, but a few of the people around, these really strange and nervous looks on their face as they're witnessing and seeing everything that you're all doing, or that you're doing, Zara. But eventually, with still holding a scowl, like the facial features on her not changing at all, looking down at you, her eyes glint down to that piece of paper. She snatches it from your hands, pulls out a portable quill and scribbles on it. And then forces it back into your chest and like, train up well enough and you might actually be under my command.
That would be so exciting.
She brushes past you and continues walking.
Move quickly, do not stay.
I want all of that to be
I will
clipped.
move quickly. I do
every single second from the moment she comes out of the tavern to the end of that nat 20.
We'll have to highlight it.
Anyway, yeah. Once everyone's back in the group, I'm saying out loud to everybody.
That went much better than I expected.
It is clear. Zara is a smooth operator.
Very underestimated.
Great work out there.
I'm not choking. God damn.
No.
I'm dying over here.
There are bones in that water.
I don't know. I had this Snickers and it just didn't get down right, I guess.
Zara, if you would like to, I don't know, go to a secret secluded place and change back, meet us at the tavern.
So, I don't know. Find a bathroom or broom closet or something. And change back.
Some hidden location. Change back to yourself. Big Tin, what are you up to?
Okay. Hold on. Something's really acting weird here. Weird. Discord. Anyway, was there any physical indication of an authorized zone around this entrance? Because I mean, it's in the lower part of town, so the whole town's not forbidden.
The authorized zone is It's basically... So for yourself, it's going to be a little hard to tell unless you want to test the waters on that. But...
Oh, yes.
So... You're always scared off whenever you can just see and sit and watch. You're always spotted quickly by someone who's looking and watching the observing areas and always scared off. Always told to leave at that point.
No matter
whenever
how
you're
far
found.
away.
No matter how far away you are. If you're spotted, and you're spotted as just sitting there and watching, you're always told to leave. There's no loitering around these areas.
Okay.
If you go on like rooftops, that's even more sketchy, as you're on a rooftop watching as opposed to the streets.
Oh, no. We won't do rooftops. We're going to stay on street level.
But it'll always just be a chase off. It would very clearly give the sense, like, if you keep doing consistently through the entire day.
No.
Like, your steel predator, they mostly know steel predators to be things that hunt. And seeing a thing that hunts, watching an entrance to a top tier, that's kind of big no-no. It's a bad tell for the future. It's kind of like an omen.
Okay, then. We would only do that once, and then we'll move on.
You will have clear indication, though, of what it takes to get into one of those things that takes people to the top tier or higher tiers. So it's always paperwork. It's always paperwork. It's probably you've been through a few of the streets, the most regulated areas of Zellum are the locations to get to the next tier. Very heavily guarded.
Okay. Then I'll just wander around until I find the group.
After a little bit, we can tie...
Listen for the cries and screams.
Finding everyone, you've planted a certain seed of things. Ultian, money makes the city move. If you want to see Drake, you would need to grease the guy. You would need to pay him off. Those people who were waiting on those benches when you entered in there, they're probably still waiting on those benches. If they haven't left like you all did.
So he's not in the tavern?
He's not in the tavern. He's in the main location where he would be. The thing that's
what I thought.
Yeah.
I thought we'd go try.
Yeah. Worth a try.
I'm going to quickly run back. That guy. And grease his palm and tell him to just tell Drick that we are in town investigating.
Okay. How much you greasing him with?
Okay, how much would roughly how much would be an appropriate amount in my mind?
Depends on how quickly you want it. If you want it super quick, like instantaneous, you could put a gold in his palm. If you want it eventually within that day, a couple of silver. If you want it eventually, you would go into the coppers. And eventually is kind of loose.
I'll give him a gold.
Give him a gold, okay. As soon as you give him the...
When I hand it to him, yeah. I don't literally grease his palm. I like hold it out above him and I drop it down onto the desk.
catches sight of a few of the people on the benches, but he just stops the coin from ringing in its circles on the desk, drags it towards him, and just calls over his shoulder. Jimmy! What's the front? No, that's the wrong voice. We're not in those locations. Jimmy! What's the front? I'll be back.
I watch him and I make sure he goes to the back, and then I leave.
You see him depart through one of the doors in the back as this gnomish-looking person brings up a stool and starts watching the front.
We get back to the group. And we're how many hours into the day so far?
It's call it probably halfway through at this point.
Halfway through the day, we already got the signatures. So that means, well, I'm going to turn to Snaz.
Should we start working on documentation now? Should we get more information?
I think I can get the rest of the information needed from, who's the information gal? Is that Shadow?
That's Shadow.
Yeah. I think I get the information I need from Shadow, just places and times when things were hit and so on. Just adding knowledge to the evidence is all. So, I think that's all I needed.
A little tidbit for player knowledge here.
Oh.
A signature alone can do it. However, the DC for forgery...
You wrote a message, I thought.
No, she just wrote a signature. She just wrote a signature.
I will say, that's what Zara asked for.
That's not what she gave. She just gave a signature.
Okay, well...
It's possible the DC's going to be a little harder. Getting a written note will make it much easier. More characters. You only have a certain amount of characters with just a signature, and she's not the type of person for personalized messages.
Oh, shame. Well, if we all only got a signature, that's not ideal. Obviously, I can replicate the signature, but her writing style would be much more difficult. Is it possible that something could be taken from the place we just came out of? The headquarters? Do we think that there is paperwork about with her writing on it?
Most likely.
He's saying this to Oltian.
Yeah.
I'm going to explain that that's going to be a nighttime job. Doing it in daytime is going to be a big risk. It's going to be a big risk at nighttime anyway, let alone during the day in the center of town or in the center of the dregs. Ooh. But we got to do it in order to make this down pat. So
okay.
Let's say some of your conversations happening inside your home quarters as well, home base.
We
just so I can,
unless it's in an alley, you know.
Yeah, like unless it's inside an alley as well. But just so I can also throw in some aiding assistance of the other group, the other vigilantes, as well. There are runners. The crime syndicates and the guild, the mercenary people, they do have runners who trade information in between. It's more of a biding of time and hoping you catch one of those runners, but you could potentially catch a runner from Carla with her handwriting in a detailed message, so you can get a look on that and let them keep going by. Alternatively, the idea of going into that location or her home during night or during a time that she's away during the day, she's at home during the night. She's usually around the town during the day. That's another alternative.
Over the comms, you guys hear, what's the plan? We all kind of scattered. I'm still by this churro truck.
You're doing a great job, Teffy, doing so. Well done.
Just been standing there for hours.
Oops.
Yeah, she's just been standing there smelling it eventually.
We headed back to HQ. If you'd like to join us, you've done a great job. We'll see you when you get here.
I need to find somebody to make me a sign.
Okay. Pulls off back to the headquarters.
I love how you just didn't rejoin us at all.
Jimbo, the churro cart operator, says goodbye as you leave. He's been having you do the sugaring of the churros. You've just been standing there for such a long time.
Did you say that you needed a sign made?
Yes.
Did you ask Nazbu about this? Or you asked somebody else?
Somebody else.
Okay. Well, then somebody else answers.
Who are you asking?
I don't know. Do I find a sign maker on the street?
Random sign maker?
Nothing big or fancy. Just somebody that looks like they know how to write.
There's a small copyright building. Looks like a startup location. Someone who's trying to start a business.
Okay, that'll do.
You can make a sign. What kind of sign? What size?
Just probably like about the size of a sheet of paper.
What size? Okay.
On a little bit of a chain. Something that can hang around my neck. And I just wanted to say for rent.
Okay. Let's call that for the chain included. It's Grantina. 2 silver.
I want him to give it his all. Make it a gold.
Very fine, ornate craftsmanship. It's the best he could possibly do. Just looking at it, it's not perfect, but it's really good for the quality that this person could give you. Chains may be a little rusted, but it's only 2 spots as opposed to a dozen.
Okay.
You now have a sign that says for rent.
And then I'll go back outside and find a spot and sit. High traffic. Higher clientele looking. Not actually expecting anyone, but who knows?
It's maybe getting closer to the end of the day. There's been a few people who've given glimpses. I did it again. Glimpses of your sign. Most of the people are really shying away from you. However, after a certain amount of time, the people really start shying away from you. Half of the courtyard that you're in is empty, as you're seeing lines of people, much more equipped. They all have weapons. They're wearing finer armor. And from inside, the crowd of people who are now trying to avoid this area and dispersing very quickly, a tall, large figure appears. I may not have been expecting much, but I rolled a 20 on this, so...
Hey.
You're not familiar with this form of being. You've never seen one before. But he's got these markings. These, for player and audience side, Goliaths usually have like tattoo markings all over the place. He doesn't. He has scar markings instead. formations where he's taken a blade, or someone in his life has taken a blade and deeply cut it into his flesh to leave very visible and popping scars, all in very tribalish looking patterns. But he comes walking out.
Boredom.
Looks you up and down. For enter. How much? Oh, that's right. They need a master. There's a couple of chucklings around.
Not this one.
It speaks. A little bit more chuckling around. Well, then by all means. How much?
10 gold a day.
10 gold a day. What makes you worth it?
I look around, and I look back at him, and I go, I don't get jokes sometimes.
He smiles and leans up from his more forward position. From two of the corners come four-limbed creatures much similar to your own. They're more jagged, though. These ones actually have teeth. They have claws.
These are real steel predators.
They come walking around the inner circle part of this, giving you a very good look. They're just minutely bigger than you. But they come around to either side of him as he puts both of his palms on the top of their heads. And he says again, "What makes you worth it? I already have my own. Why would I want to rent one for 10 gold?
So he has two real steel predators.
On either side of him, one on either side.
Combat analysis?
These ones... The initial threat analysis is, immediately blaring of these ones are combat capable. But as they're moving around, they're not hunters like you'd expect. They're more guard dogs. While still capable, and
Shut
being...
him down.
You can't.
Reach into whatever that thing did to me.
Somebody knocked a shovel out of BT's hand. He's digging too deep.
I know, but it's it's in there. It's in there somewhere.
Let's make let's give you
Shut him down.
Give me an insight check.
Oh, dice. Would you like to work for me today?
Oh.
Well, there's your insight.
Natural 20 on that. Okay. So.
It's so inconvenient, isn't it, DM? Just like when you get nat 20s, huh?
No, it's great. I just get to give him some information. These are made of steel. There is no living metal in the metal.
So the
that
only
function
way
that shut you down was because of your living metal and his relation with you with that living metal.
Damn.
These are common era manufactures. And because there's no living metal in them, BT can assuredly know at this point, what he's made of didn't continue on. whatever you find is going to be made by whatever made you. And that research was lost. Otherwise, these guys would be made of that.
Do I know enough about... Do I know anything about their core programming? I was given an override command.
You were given an override command for yourself.
Wait, they were just saying it to a steel predator. They didn't. The two guards when they were trying to shoo me away.
That... So you have that. Common era stuff is foreign to BT. It's very different from what you would understand and what you would know. So you would only have that command. For the 20, you would get the sense that it's an override command for a specific purpose and probably won't work with these things.
Yeah. Okay, all this microtransaction processing in a fraction of a second. Isn't 3 better than 2?
When they're owned.
Owned. Well then, I guess I'm not for you.
You weren't to begin with, though. I got word your guild was here and your group arrived. And then I heard you're standing here with a for rent sign. Aren't you ready here for a purpose?
Do you have multiple purposes, I'm sure?
He gets one step closer. That wasn't an answer to my question. Aren't you already here for a purpose?
Yes.
Then what are you doing, trying to rent yourself out?
Having fun.
Not in my city. Stick to your purpose and find my perpetrator. Find the person who's actually paining me and stop trying to rent yourself out. Do what you're being paid to do.
Then you're so sure I'm not.
You've been standing there all day.
Observing.
You're
and
not.
watching. Sure.
He turns around, starts walking away. The two predators turn and follow after him. Slowly that circle around breaks. And people start wandering around the streets like they were.
Oh well. Okay, I'll move on.
He's a very well-paid man.
Yep.
Well, almost sounds like the first day, kind of been concluded.
I guess that evening, some thieving work is going to happen to try to acquire some paperwork from the headquarters. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that the plan? Oltian? Can't hear you.
You're muted.
Did she say that there were couriers?
There are potential couriers. That one has a chance of not happening for percentiles. So to go into that for table talk wise, stealing paperwork from the headquarters, it's going to be a bit of a difficult DC for them, but it is a guaranteed chance of, they roll for finding. The other one is, it's about a 20% chance that a courier will actually run around. The chance will increase as nights go by and as you continue trying to find these people who do these things. But to start off with, it's not very likely. So you would be waiting on that one more likely. It might take a while.
Well, I don't think we have a while.
I don't think we have a while either.
So best go with a sure thing, I'd say.
Yes. Shoot. Okay.
Perhaps this is just a suggestion, not knowing Quintino well. Could a flammable diversion be made to perhaps draw them out to make it easier?
You guys see the corners of the mask stick up, and I'm gonna say,
is my voice one working?
Yep, it's on now.
Oh, strange. It's telling me it's not. Anyway. I did bring the interceptor for a reason. It is very loud. The only issue is I'll have to hide it again.
Yeah. I mean, we're tied to it. Couldn't we just, catch a random building on fire?
Shorty will be grinning very happily with that thought.
Teffy perks up at the concept of arson.
Tell me. And this is me turning to. Akiri, what has he been working on since I've been gone?
Who?
Takiri?
Oh. Takiri, he's been trying to get inside the mayor's house again. He was kicked out completely when the new mayor took place. So he's been focusing most of his influence on the third tier. The lower ones have been more commanded by the mercenaries these days. He's let them fall off a bit. But his influence is still very strong down here. He still controls most of the goods and most of the food trade.
But what is most important to him right now?
His connections to the top tiers.
And what are they?
His top influence is... it's on the eastern side. It's the riser that brings people to the second tier. He has a free entrance there because of the guards. They're all in his pocket. Other ones he has to be careful on the shifts, because not all of them are paid off. But that one, every single shift is paid off by him. That is definitely going to be his most important location right now.
And what's making him the most money?
That location, the free transports in between. Making the most money would be the food, but we do not target food for a reason.
What goods is he shipping? Other than food?
We know where their warehouse locations are, but we can't get in. He's been guarding his warehouse locations very carefully. It started actually only a few luna ago.
Yeah. Part of him. Any leads at all? Anyone I can talk to?
Oh, you're gonna have to introduce them. You could talk to Smolder. He's been doing some extra pickup work in the area. And destroying some vermin in the spots. He might know a little bit more of what's going on in there.
Assuming, Ultian, that this endeavor is tied to the, what did I say? What's that word? The distraction. It seems like it needs to happen soon, so timing over, better targeting might be best. If that makes sense.
Yes. Still go talk to Smolder. If I can get a location, cause a distraction close enough to pull everyone out of there, and Francis can get in with his people and get out.
Very good.
I'm leaving now. Where would Smolder be?
This time of day, near the end of it. The second inner circle. Middle circle. Dredges. A small place called Tratus.
Okay. Anyone want to come with me?
I'll come with.
Teffy wants to come as well.
Let's go.
Escapade to go meet Smolder.
By the way, where is Big Tim?
He's not been here all solar.
Teffy shrugs and then says, "Oh, wait, I actually I still need to do the thing with the moss."
Oh, it's long term. We can come around to it later if you need.
Okay, then yeah, I'd like to come with.
Does everyone else remember when I told you stay by my side and do what I... Yeah.
Except add friendship, I'm sure.
So BT is the only one.
I'm gonna be honest, I forgot you said that. I've just been sticking close anyways, because I don't know what's going on here.
Hold on, I gotta switch my spot back. Let me. You guys visibly see my eyes roll. Even though you cannot see the colors of my eyes, you can see it happen.
The little white dots form into perfect circles and then just roll around in a circle.
Oh boy.
Is it off now? Why isn't it working?
It's off now.
It's
off now.
working.
You're
but
not
it just like won't tell me that it's on or off, so I can't tell when it's on. It's off.
Voice mods, everyone! Don't get yours today!
Okay, so I'm gonna go talk to Smolder with everybody. But before then, I'm gonna double check that the other group understands what the plan is. That we will be in as close communication as possible up until we go and create the distraction. But as soon as they have an opening, they need to get in.
Yeah, they are going to get themselves situated and ready for the distraction to happen.
And speaking of getting myself ready, I suddenly have to be very bad, even though I went pee on break. So I will be right back. I'm so sorry.
While you're all walking up and walking along the streets, you can all tell there is a very obvious economic difference between these circles of even the dredges. The outside, absolutely horrendous. Just inside the first circle, it gets a bit better. The inner circle, the very center of the city, is what you would still consider to be very polished, very short on income, but the lowest of society of what you would be used to in the areas you grew up in are inside the inner circle. The outer circles are still very culture shock of people can live this way kind of situations.
Like in a bad way or in a good way?
Bad way, 100% bad way.
Okay. So it gets
Zellum
worse
there's
the
nothing.
further you go out.
It gets better the further you go, and worse the further you leave and go out.
Okay.
And even in the center, from what you've seen, it's still destitute. Anything you'd all like to say?
BT can find him again by now.
Yeah, you show up again.
I'll just start following him again.
Arriving at the location, it's a rowdy tavern, very loud. And the sign at the top that says Chartius has got this little dashed line going all around the figures, and at the end there's an X. The very end of the name. And inside you can hear this boisterous voice shouting out, "And then I took my giant cleaver and battered it into the head of this thing!" An uproar of people inside. "That's how I destroyed the basilisks of Carson's lair." Cheering from the inside of the place.
We go in. And we try and find the guy. Based off the description.
Really easy to find. He is standing 1 foot propped up on one of the tables. He's wearing very lavish leather gear with these boots with those large leather cuffs on them. This tricorn hat. Very obviously a Fire Ganassi. He's got these scimitars by his side, a buckler on his back, although almost none of his equipment looks used. And he's laughing very loudly, declaring to the whole place, "Next round's on me!" As everyone else cheers in the location. Continues about their time, and he just happily looks around, surveys the place. A very proud looking person right now.
If you wouldn't mind buttering them up.
I'm not sure what you just said. What did you say?
Butter them up?
Snozpoop, if you wouldn't mind buttering them up.
Oh!
Tuffy will take some butter off of a nearby table and offer it to Snozpoop.
Snozpoop will take the butter, and he will say to himself, "Do you believe in friendship?" Yes, I do. And we'll approach
the butter.
This individual, whose name is over the comm. What's this guy's name again?
Over the comm? Smolder.
Molder?
Smolder.
Smolder. And I was a little bit loose on the what am I telling this guy? What are we trying to get from him?
I'm gonna grab your shoulder because you're not even that far away from me.
And you're worried
yet,
about
you're using
BT.
comms, and I'm turning you back around, and I'm gonna say,
We're looking for information about warehouses involved with the gangs. That's not important. What I want you to do is butter him up first, and then we get him separated and ask him the question.
Gotcha. Will do. Not gonna sneeze after all. Okay. So I'm gonna approach this Smolder fella and say, "Good Smolder, what an excellent speech and hospitality you have shown to this entire establishment. You are a one-of-a-kind individual.
Oh, somebody's brought a snack." He takes the table from the plate from your hands and just... That was just butter. That wasn't very tasty by itself.
might use it for something else, but to each his own as far as edible things go.
Do you have any bread?
Do I have any bread? I can get some in a moment. Which he, in his, somebody tossed me bread. He just puts his hand up in the air.
Teffy grabs some bread and throws it at him.
There's a bread basket just on the table next to you. It's the same table that had the butter. And when you grab that roll, you hear another, "Hey!" Okay. As you take it and you chuck it over.
I grab the bread and hand it to him.
Excellent! He grabs the roll from your hand and then just, where he spat the butter on the table, he takes that roll and just spreads it over that butter and then takes a big chunk out of the bread and "Now, what would you like? I assume you're not just grinding me some butter for fun."
Well, I mean, you have to admit it was fun, regardless of my intents. Just a delightful interaction overall. But I was hoping, my friend, he's quite shy. And he really is a fan of yours. And
Everyone's
was hoping
a
to
fan
speak
of
to you.
mine. Does he want a signature? I'll just give you a signature now.
He was hoping to speak to you, to hear your voice and your vibrations, to get a sense of who you are as a person. But large crowds make him very nervous. And so if you wouldn't mind, if you have a moment, or we can wait, he was hoping to speak to you just outside.
Just
outside! As he's saying this.
Sneaking as he's saying it, okay. Give me a persuasion check.
Can he have advantage from the bread being thrown at him moment?
No, I'm just taking that into consideration for the DC.
Okay.
17.
Very quickly. Is BT outside
but,
of the building?
I did inspire myself, so one moment. We're going to go with 25 in that case.
Oh, okay. Wait, was that an 8 on the D8?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah.
Where would BT be for this? I'm curious about that too.
Are you outside the doors? BT?
Oh, sorry. Mute. Then can I get in the doors even?
It would be a squeeze.
Then I'll
Primarily.
just wait outside. I'm just waiting outside.
As I get out the doors.
But it's hard for me to sit around and stand in one place I've found out and wait. So hurry it up.
As I walk out the doors, I'm going to turn towards like the nearest alley to start walking, and I'm going to look at BT, and I'm going to say very directly and very specifically, okay?
Direct them to the alley. Once he's in there, don't let him leave.
And then I'm going to walk to the end of the alley and take off my by daylight disguise and wait.
Before you do that,
I will have to sneak. So yes,
well,
continue.
actually, even before that, your passive is high enough to recognize there are a couple of people who, when you entered, are still around. Most everyone else has moved.
Like, what do you mean? Like by the doors?
Not by these doors. One of them's standing by an alleyway, another one's in front of a kiosk on the street.
Okay, I'm gonna stop in my tracks since I noticed that because my perception's high enough. And I'm going to hold out my hand to like this at Big Ten to say wait, and then I'm going to investigate.
They're watching me.
27.
27, okay. 27 investigation is high enough to know that they are watching BT. But when you come out and you give that interaction to BT, one of them shifts a little bit in his posture, and you get a glimpse that there is... He's wearing clothes over some other clothes. And seeing the inside, it's more finer inlay that doesn't belong in the dredges.
Okay. I'm going to turn to BT slowly but surely. And you almost hear the creak in my neck bones as I turn.
BT, what exactly did you get up to while you were missing?
I was just standing around watching things, but people don't like that.
I told you at the beginning, before we walked into the city, to not interact with people, to not stare at people, to do exactly what I do. Is that correct? Yes.
One of them moves to your side of the street and starts making a line to pass by.
Try to find out what they want.
Ultium, roll a sleight of hand. Schnozzboop, this very bit is going to be towards the tail end of you convincing him to go with you, as he's going to be going, "Oh, well, I mean, of course, anything for a fan."
So I'm going to be over the headset as we're now walking out and say, Ultian, should I audible to Zara for this interaction? Are you ready?
No, there is a hiccup in the situation, I say over the comms, and I'm going to reach up to my voice modulator, and I'm going to turn it off before that guy gets within hearing distance of what I'm actually saying.
Perfect.
And
let me
I'm going to
interrupt with a little piece of information. Hold that for a second. Schnozzboop, you would be getting that just as you're coming up to the door. Teffy and Zora at this point, you've been dislocated from him, and you would hear all that as well.
Okay, so I'm audible then. Where's Zara?
That's a good question, Zara. Where are you?
That's a
good question. Where are you?
Where did we end up? We are finding a bathroom. That's what we're doing.
So in the comms then, audibling, Zara, you're up again. All you need to do is act like a big fan, and we're going to get out of this situation. You ready?
All right. I just gotta ask.
Feel free not to look like yourself.
Okay. I guess I could go for the same orcish child get up.
Okay.
You have 2 seconds to be outside the door.
Bam. We're an orcish child. I will be outside the door, and I will say, I need you to sign me an autograph.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that when we get up to that point. We'll get to that when it comes up to it.
Are walking past.
So, first off, Schnozzboop, the door is opening, and you're departing with him as Zora. You're taking the side exit for the latrine. A little piece of toilet paper still stuck on the bottom of your chair as you're changing your shoes as you're changing into this half orc or this orcish child form. Teffy, you're just watching Schnozzboop walk past outside the store with Schmolder. As the door opens up, Ultian, this person is popping just by you with a piece of paper very discreetly put out for you to grab.
Sleight of hand!
That's what the sleight of hand's for, yeah. Not for you, Zara, that's for Ultian.
Okay, so where am I? What am I doing?
We'll come around to you in a moment here.
Alright.
Not great. Not great. Hold on. Sleight of hand.
I rolled a
That's
14.
11.
For sleight of hand.
14.
So I grabbed it and said,
Yeah, just before. just before it gets up to you,
Yes, please.
BT just quickly snags it out, and it's as you're making that motion to go towards it and snag it up, his hand reproportions itself and jerks itself higher for you to grab, as if it's compensating. He rolled a 22 on his sleight of hand.
Oh, nice.
So he got much higher, so he can compensate a little bit. We'll snag it up, and he'll just keep passing by without even paying any attention. And as Schnosby, as you're leading Smolder out, he will look and he'll be like, "Oh, steel predator, you don't see those on the streets every day, am I right?"
Actually, you do, but...
So true, Smolder, so true. This was the young lad I was telling you about. A big fan. I'll let him speak for himself as far as his fandom.
This is where Zara would come in, probably still very, very confused.
So I'm a huge fan of Smolder.
Of Smolder, which Zara would know.
Yes. I'm a huge fan, Mr. Smolder. I love you so much. Would you regale me with a tale of your aptitude?
Regale, I would be more than happy to regale of tales. Which ones have you heard?
I've heard all of them. Which one's your favorite?
Oh, you've heard all of them? Well, I don't want to tell you my favorite. I want to tell you and regale you with your own favorite.
The one where you stopped the evil criminal.
How about the one where you stopped the evil criminal?
All right, give me a deception check.
Yes, that's too vague.
You're still inspired. You didn't use it before.
I am still inspired, so that's a D8, right?
It's a D8. Yeah.
All right, let's go for it. Deception. 9, 7. Plus 4. Okay. So we got a dirty 20.
A dirty 20? Okay. Oh, well. Evil criminal, yes. Well, that man, he definitely, he needed a lot of taking care of, and very recently I managed to actually do it. I got myself some little tells and some little pieces of information as to where the carousel killer was. And then I found where his lair was. I traveled to it. I went inside and I found him. Do you know what I found him doing? I found him preparing his very next victim. And that's where I stopped him. I stepped in and saved the entire Strago town.
Oh my.
Is Teffy present to hear
No,
it?
you're not.
Oh, gee willikers, that sounds like such a tale. One that I am not familiar with at all.
So, very quickly, who passed me the piece of paper? The guy, walking past?
Some guy walking passed it to Big Tin, who snagged it before you, because they got a better sleight of hand than you. But these two, unless you're doing this in the wild open, or unless you're following what Altian suggested, which is going to a side alley, and doing this in a side alley, which is what I presumed, Teffy would not be nearby. Teffy would be either by the front entrance with Altian and Big Tin, or just inside still. It was never specified if she followed suit or traveled after, so it's just presumed that she stayed inside.
Teffy followed outside, but then saw BT having a encounter, so she is with them.
Okay, so Teffy is with Altian and BT, so the three of you would not know anything of what just happened between Smolder, Schnozboob, and Zora.
Okay, what are those guards that are watching BT do?
They left. As soon as the note was passed, they left.
Okay, I'm gonna turn to BT.
See, and you thought it was a problem.
Say, We will finish this later.
Bark, bark, bark.
And then I'm going to motion for them to follow us down the alley as I... well, no, I'm not going to at this point. I'm just going to get into the alley and get ready to ask this man some questions.
Falling into the alley at the tail end of his story, basically where he says, and that's where I stopped him.
I'm gonna say...
Well, perhaps, Mulder, you can regale us with about some warehouses that we heard that you might know about.
At this point, Snozboop...
Thanks for the
Snozboop is going to act as if he does not know who Ultian is. He's going to act afraid and grab little Orkazara and say, "Hey, I don't want any part of this. I don't want any part of this." And then he's going to take him and go back into the inn.
Okay.
BT, watch the alley. Now, back to what we were discussing.
Performance check from Snozboop first.
I am going to utilize not just a pretty face.
Nice.
This.
Give yourself advantage on that.
Okay, so 26.
At first, he looks a little confused, but then when he turns around and sees this Ultian figure and fully hears the voice, paying attention to it, his eyes widen a little bit, and he starts to get a little bit more of a panicked look about him as you usher this orcish-looking child away. Back towards the end, leaving Ultian with Big Tim, that steel predator he'd noticed beforehand, and Teffy presumably close by. Oh, no, you look like the type of person who would love a good scuffle, but I can guarantee you don't want to scuffle with me. I'm smaller. Surely you've heard of me around here.
And I assume that you've heard of me. All I want is information. So...
What if I said I'd never heard of you? There's nothing very signifying.
What if I said I'd never heard of you?
Well, you clearly look not Grantinin, so I wouldn't be surprised. How far
And
away
I
are
wouldn't
you
be
from?
so self-important. I wouldn't be so self-important if I were you. Clearly your renown is not such that it spreads far and wide. Answer our questions.
Clearly you're not as informed as you possibly should be. What rock are you living under?
Sadly, none. I would much prefer it to seeing your visage.
The delusion of the younger generations. They don't understand.
Quiet now.
Too bad the little orc child can't be here to balance it out.
Smolder, I need information. Information that I hear that you have. Whether or not I have to pay you for it doesn't matter. Warehouses. You're a man who spins tales. So why don't you start spinning?
Tales are always worth a coin and share. And for unfortunate disrespects, it's gonna cost you a little extra.
How much?
For the warehouses. 500, no less. Gold, by the way. I'm not talking silver.
Big Tim. Is there anything you'd like to add to this conversation? Perhaps we could show him a bit of force.
Are you looking for an intimidation help?
Break his legs.
A growl?
Peter? Who is this person?
Not Snozboop, obviously. He's not there.
It's Brolog.
It's
It's the
Brolog
voice
again.
of Brolog inspiring everyone. Break
It's
his
definitely this
legs.
spiritual voice. Break his legs.
It'll be worth a tattoo for you.
I'll give a growl.
Okay, who would like to do the intimidation check?
I'll do it.
Okay, it'll be at advantage.
You with assist, yeah.
Yeah.
I think yours is higher.
Yeah, mine's higher.
Mine's +3. I think yours is like +4. Well, you use strength, though.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. So 14 plus 5. 19.
19. His eyes visibly widen, but his mouth doesn't change or shift at all until it grins with a forcibly cheerful smile. I'm like, maybe I could go down to 300.
My paws will start sparking.
I assure you, what you can do to me is far less than what they will do to me.
This is a question for the DM. Does he own this business? Yeah.
This business? Not this one.
Does he own a business?
Pretty much everyone of stature would have to own a business.
And I know which business he owns, right?
It's on the second tier.
Okay. I am going to say the exact address of his business, and I am going to say...
You made the mistake of making it out of a lot of wood. I will tell you that.
Mistake. By all means, burn it down. That'll give me the insurance money to get out of this godforsaken city. You would be doing me a kindness. Do that and I'll even say only 200.
That's a fair deal, actually.
He offers his hand out to you.
Taffy, you want to get half of this?
Sure.
This is why I steal all of that gold.
If you say that out loud, he doesn't flinch or care.
No, this is player, not player. This is player, not character.
Okay, Taffy has reduced her inventory by 100 gold.
Same.
And is also eager to burn down a building.
You have an exact location and exact building where the owner is happy for you to, because he'll be able to claim it for insurance money. Welcome to Grantina, people. It's an awful place. Well, that taken care of. What do you want to know?
He's learned how to keep his warehouses secret. So I need to know where they are.
Very few people realize this. But while I was walking around, doing those patrols that they hired me to do, I noticed something. They're quiet. They're all quiet. None of them have any sound coming from them. So why was I walking around then? Well, my theory is it's underneath. The real warehouses are all buried. Whatever they're doing inside there is so secret they don't want anyone to know, so much that they're even hiding the manufacturing inside fake areas. I mean, the rumblings around. You can feel it. so there must be something nearby. But I tell you this much, they're not in those buildings. Not a single thing in there. I am confident on that.
It will verify your confidence. Anything above ground? Any word?
Crates coming in. People talk. I mean, a lot of the lads like to say that the corporations are gearing up for something big, but not at this time. There's too much difficulties going on. I don't see it. Still,
can Teffy tell if this man is actually knowing what he's talking about, or is he spewing bull hockey at us?
Insight check.
Insight.
Insight.
No, you've not been nice to me today. Let's use this one.
30-20.
Ooh.
12.
12. Teffy can't. I mean, it's difficult to say. But Ultian with a dirty 20. It's probably the first truthful thing he's probably said all day.
One last question for him.
No, I wasn't trying to see if he was lying. I was trying to was just making stuff up because he doesn't know, or if he, like, for a fact, verifiably knows that there's not much in the upstairs or the above ground warehouses.
Same answer.
Okay, cool. Teffy doesn't know a thing.
Mainly being he's responded and replied in the truth that he knows. To speak beyond that would be to speak outside of his capability and what you'd be able to insight from him. So, from his capability and from his sight, Ultian can definitely tell he's speaking the truth.
All right, one last question for him.
What is the way in?
Not through the front gate. If you want in, there's over on the southern west side. One of the factories areas. I noticed there's a problem with the wall on the outside. Covered up by a few crates. I'll give you exact location.
I think we have something for that. Thank you, Smolder. Sorry to inconvenience you. Try and keep your nose clean. And don't lie so much.
I don't know what you're talking about. As he pockets the coin purse that now is heavier with 200 gold in it.
It could have to do with all of your tails, yet your equipment is unused. And then Teffy goes back in the building without waiting for a response.
He wasn't going to. He didn't even listen to it. He just kept walking.
Fair.
It's almost like Teffy insulted him in their first encounter, and he just didn't care about her presence after that. Like most egotistical people like that.
Does he go back into the building?
No. He leaves.
Okay, cool. Over the comms, a Snospoop will say, I hope that went well. I do have some concerns that you three are now known by a known blabbermouth. Is that concerning to you, Ultian? You know the city better than I.
As far as he knows, Ultian wanted information.
Well, Ultian was also with a Ganassi and a Steel Predator. That probably narrows down the company. But I hope you're right. That being said, where to?
we are going to go back to confirm information and plans with the other party, and then we're going to go get the interceptor. Because Papa has a plan.
Would you like to read a message?
You do have that message too.
That too.
Holds a note up to you.
I will read it. What does it say? As I bring this dog around for his weekly viewing.
The note is it's coordinates. Coordinates to what Altian would know to be one of the unwatched watchtowers. One of the unkept watchtowers. On the outside of the city. And it's not signed directly, but Altian, with your Thieves' Camp capabilities, because of Rogue, you'll know it is from the mayor.
Yeah, see? I did good.
Shoot. Okay. Is there a time?
There is a time. 2 a.m.
I say.
And it is very clearly written out, not just to Altian, it's written out to the hand. Oh, Sarge. Look at those kisses.
Sweet boy.
He's so sweet. Aww.
Oh, wow.
You can distract us with your gorgeous face all the time. Those little love nips as well.
Anyway, okay, well that throws a wrench in things. This has to be slightly postponed because this feels important. I'm going to relay the information to everyone over comms that we have a meeting tonight and that we should probably get our rest just in case. And then we're going to go back and tell the others about what's happened, but that they can still get some stuff done tonight on their own to help us out. You know, I would tell them to try and hit a message runner tonight, just in case there's an opportunity for us to catch something. But to just prepare for the next night, just in case that does not work out. Yeah.
Okie dokie.
I am
communicating. Go for it.
What's the distance on those walkie-talkies that we have?
You've got like 500-ish feet plus. I mean, he didn't give you a full destination location. You can safely tell it's actually about 600 feet. Because BT could still hear you at a different location, and that was roughly 600 feet away.
Not the communicators. I mean, the speaking stones.
Oh, those are full distance. The ones that have charges, they don't have a distance limiter. They just have a word count limiter and charge limiter to it.
I'm gonna give one to Francis for emergencies in case SOS situations.
Perfect. Sounds good. You have 2 left in your repertoire.
Yeah, and we will get that back. I will write a note for myself. Okay, well, I think we have a plan, and knowing the DM as we're nearing the end of this session.
You know what I'm gonna do. First, who would like to give me a percentile dice roller?
I will.
Okay.
Woo it.
Oh, I'm ready first. I've got a number.
Give me it.
47.
47, okay. Cool. I know that number. I've got it. It's written down. 47. That night. Do you all go to this meeting location?
Which meeting location?
The one from the note.
At the time.
With the mayor?
One from the note, with the mayor.
Yeah, with the mayor.
It was to the hand.
Yeah, it was to the hand.
I suppose so.
So I'm not going as Altian.
Sounds like an all-out invitation.
Going as the disguise, but
I will change back into my normal form before this happens, just so we clarify.
Walking around as
Great
an orcish boy every now and then, going around town.
Rough and rowdy orc boy.
Heading out, though. Ultian, you know on the outskirts, about a mile outside of town, there are watchtowers around. Many of them were from a bygone era. They're old ruins, reoccupied by the now occupants. The cities that you see, these multi-tiered cities, are built around these old ruins, having been discovered and known for what they could be used for. A few of them, there are large structures underneath, but they're so corroded and collapsible, they're extremely dangerous to explore. Most of them are just blocked off, though, and the tower portions being used. This one, while being publicly desolate, Ultian, you know it's not. It's more of a smuggler haven. Quiet. You go around, you don't look for people, because if you're looking for people, you find them, they don't want to be found, so they'll do something about you finding them. But here in this location, having gone through the tower for a moment... Oh, Raven, the other dog. Rising up to the third portion location, you get a sense that this area has been cleared out. Not recently, but for a purpose. It's empty when you first arrive. Couple of moments of just pensive quiet. And you hear this.
Snazzoop's gonna hide in a shadow if no one's there.
No one's there at first. Not that you see.
Hiding in a shadow.
Hiding in a shadow. Give me a stuff.
Not my best. 12.
12, okay. Noted. You will all hear echoing through these stony halls. Soon coming around this entranceway is a being that has
hooves.
Hooves. And a horse's body. But a man's torso. And as they're coming around, walking around with this long blonde hair, you can tell this is instantly, for you, Ultian, this is not a Grantinan native. He doesn't look like it. But he's dressed and wearing this very fine and rich clothes. And he regards every single one of you with these very, very brown, I mean as brown as you can get eyes. You hear him say, "You would being the hand, yeah?" And that's where we're going to finish for the night.
Centaur.
Ooh, a 2-week wait? A
2-week wait.
Wait? Ugh.
On the centaur.
Ooh.
2-week wait to
Boo
meet
this
the first
man.
centaur.
Ladies and gentlemen, boo this man. Oh, that was good. We even got a little horror section for our Halloween episode tonight.
Yeah,
Yay.
a little bit.
That's why I brought Taffy with me.
The curiosity of Taffy, always got to tease it. See where Taffy will take that dangerous curiosity. And this was to witness the sights where Ultian's parents blew up into a bunch of bone flappers. Charming. Tasty. Just the tip. No S.
Add that on top of traumatic head injury, you know?
Traumatic life. Anyway, we'll be back in 2 weeks because next week is the 5th Sunday of the month, and the 5th Sunday our Sunday group takes off because, you know, we all need time to relax too.
And it's Halloween.
And it's Halloween coming up, so we're celebrating that. Lovely little announcements. Tuesday, come on by for some more horror-themed games with Ben and myself and some friends possibly as well. It'll be fun. It'll be a hoot and a half. Other than that, our SCP finale will be our final stream for this month. We'll be back, though, don't worry, with wonderful other stuff and all our lovely little announcements on that. Actually, no, it's not. Halloween Day, we do have the one-shot airing. So our one-shot, Halloween special one-shot, will be happening on Halloween Day. It will be a pre-recording, though, just a heads up on that. I have a very specific table I wanted to do for this, and we can't all meet on that day. So we have to pre-record it. Sorry, in advance.
Nice.
I'll still be there in chat, though. I'll actually be able to engage with people. Yay. Because I'll just be watching it happen. Anyway, hope you all had a wonderful time. We love you very much. Hope you had a hoot. And we'll see you on Sunday. Not next Sunday. Bye.
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 May have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. Peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.